All right, what is going on, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you guys are having a fantastic day. Welcome. Hopefully notifications are going to go out here. I got to go ahead and restart my chat app as usual, or else it's just going to completely bug out and not work. But welcome to the stream. Hopefully you guys are all getting notifications. Black Ops, Jacob, Honkers, welcome to the stream. We got Zeffy in here as well. What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Yo, Blowjob Joe's in here. Gunny, welcome to the stream. Heth, Explosive, Big Dog, Alex, King Danny, Colby, Laura, Harrison, Jacob, Mariella, is that how you pronounce that name? Steve, Brian, Jack, Stebbs, how you doing today, man? What's up, Minecraft? How you doing today, Jev? Ladies and gentlemen, Fortnite is starting up. Can you guys believe it? It's actually starting. Fortnite is actually loading up. Hopefully you guys are having a fantastic day. Then welcome to the stream. We got Nuclear Survivor in here, Hunter Ramsey, ProHenis. What is going on here with my mic? Sorry if that's loud for you guys. What is this? Oh, I think I just got to tighten that a little bit. I think we're good now. Are we good? Hey, Superman, how you doing today, bud? Welcome to the stream. Carbeast is in here as well. Notice me, daddy. What's up? Yo, 4 Ivy Ruin. Trenton Nord, how you doing today, man? I started butt cheeks, bro. You probably did, in all honesty. Hey, what's good, son? How you doing today, my man? Actually, I got to alt tab real quick because I got to close out the launcher. Yo, D1 Keith, what's up, my man? What's up, Jace? Welcome to the stream. Already 500 people in here. You guys are freaking insane, man. Think about that, guys. We pressed the start button on the stream. We already got 500 people in here. You guys are absolutely crazy. Thank you all so very much to all of you guys who turned it out. I really do appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. What did I want to do? I want to close out this. Close. Why don't you close? Here we go. Close that out. All right, perfect. Ah, that's not what I wanted to do. Did I just crashed my game? Mom? Wait a minute. What the hell's happening? Yo, thank you so very much for the donations already today, guys. Did my game seriously just crash? Bruh, I literally just started up the stream. Fortnite, why you gotta be so rude? Gosh darn it. Did you guys experience this problem earlier today? Hold on, I'm gonna go ahead and open up my freaking thing here, right? I'm gonna open up the Epic Games launcher. Watch what happens. Look at this. We are currently limiting the rate of users signing in. Bruh, you have to wait to sign in to Fortnite. Like, imagine. In 2018, having to wait to sign into a multiplayer game. Like, how popular could their game possibly be? That's just mental for me. Like, of course the game is like free to play. I get that. But that's crazy. Like, I have to wait a full minute before I can log in. That's amazing. I literally started, like, so thank God I tried to open up Fortnite before I started up the stream because I had to wait 8 minutes. I don't know if you guys saw my tweet. I put it out on Twitter. Like, I took a screenshot on my phone. I had to wait 8 minutes. I was 8 minutes in line. Like, what the hell? What's up, Henis? What's up, Joshua? What's up, Jacob? ProBot? ProBot should be in the stream. Yeah, ProBot's there, for sure. Dude, that's just depressing, man. You have to wait 7 minutes? Okay, I'm glad I'm not getting, like, the worst end of the stick here. We only gotta wait 5 more seconds. Hopefully it'll load up here. Wait, hopefully there's not a second waiting after this. Wait, this is just to sign in. Okay, I thought it was going to give me another countdown right there like it was giving me earlier. Whew. I was about to freak out. All right, I think we're going to be good. Thank you guys already for 200 likes in the stream, first of all. I really do appreciate that. You guys are dope. Thank you so much for the love. I tried to play Fortnite this morning, and I had to wait 20 minutes. WTF Epic Games. For real. That's atrocious, really. 20 minutes? That's a long time to wait. Like, that's the type of thing where you're like, you got to, like, plan ahead before you want to start playing the game. Like, you're like, all right, I got to go get some food. I gotta load up Fortnite, or let Fortnite start to open up first before I even want to play. Ciro, thank you very much for the Swiss franc dono. I appreciate that, man. And Chris comes in with a $5 right off the bat, too. Thank you so very much, guys, for those 2 donos right off the bat. Can we get a Ciro and a Chris spam in the chat, guys? I would appreciate that. Also, guys, I did update the subscriber notification. You can see it's in the lower right-hand corner now. If you are new to the channel, when you subscribe, you're going to see your name pop up right in the lower right-hand corner there. New subscriber. I do appreciate all you guys coming out, though, for real. We're level 75. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get all the way to level 100, honestly. So do the math there. What's 129 minus 75? Hold on. Streamer math. What is that, 54? No.
Best YouTuber
yeah, 54,
Henis.
right? 129 minus 75? 129 minus 75. I think that's 54. I got to check it here. 129 minus 75. Yeah, 54. God, I'm so smart. What happened to my music? There it is. Zero, thank you very much for another 2 Swiss franc dono. I appreciate that, man. Hey, Lone Wolf, what's good? Dude, I'm telling you guys, I can do more than stream. I'm good at mental math. Give me any number, guys, and I can, like, add it. 3.1439, that's not pi, bro. Dude, I know a lot of digits of pi. It's a really nerdy thing, but, like, back in middle school, I memorized, like, 70 or 80 digits of pi, and I still know quite a decent amount of them. Honestly, guys, give me any 2 numbers. I can add them. I'm like one of those kids you see go on America's Got Talent. They can just add numbers together. I can add like 3 and 4 together. That makes 7. I'm so smart, dude. It's crazy. Oh, man. It's crazy. Yeah, quick maths. Quick maths. 6 times 6, 36, bro. Damn. See, look at that. Times tables. Best believe. I got that down. I actually hate you, Billiard. You don't actually hate me. You actually, you love me. That's the problem, Billiard. Positive, -1. Oh, shoot. Well, +1, -1. I mean, I guess it depends. If you add 1 and then subtract 1, what are you adding it to? If you're just doing 1 - 1, then that's just 0. See, Dan? I'm telling you guys, nobody beats me in mental math. It just doesn't happen. I'm the best in the world. What's 9 + 10? 21. Everybody knows that. The old memes, they will never die. Just dropped to 17 in squads. Feels good, man. That is a feels good, man, for sure. That is actually, that's a very good feels, man. Damn, Baba Ops coming in with the shade, bro. Baba Ops is like, they don't want trash players like you, which is why they make you wait. Goddamn, Baba Ops. Hey, when are you gonna ever pay me back that $300 you wanted me to send back to you? Yikes. Aaron Pittman, welcome to the stream. I'm just messing with you, man. I'm just messing with you. I can tease Bob Ops, dude, because he teases me. Alright? It's like, hello, Mr. ProHenis. What's up, King of the Bears? It's my birthday tomorrow? Yo, Alaya? Is that how you pronounce your name? I'm sorry if I'm butchering that. I, like, rarely land here. All we get is a pump? Alright, alright. Play COD today or I will unsub? You know what, man? Today might be your lucky day, actually, because I've kind of been feeling some zombies. I woke up this morning. I'll just take that. I'll just take that one. But he says, look at this dude. Look at this man. Oh, God. Wait a minute. Oh, TSM Shader? Is that a professional player, or is that just somebody who's like COD Omega lol? Omega lol, dude. Rip in the chat. Damn, that was yeah, that was bad. That was bad. Let's get it. Yo, let's get it, Adrian. Where's it? What happened to my music? Dude, is my whole computer lagging right now? There it is. It was just in the middle of a song. Never mind, we're good. What's my Snapchat name? Real ProHenis. First game on. We just gotta get ourselves warmed up. Thank God I'm not streaming in front of 600 people, or else that L would have been a little awkward. Can you imagine if I had 600 people watching me losing Fortnite? Oh, wait. Khalib says, hey, Henis, nice job. By the way, I'm Hunter's brother. Do you mean Tom Cruise? Henis gets killed. Is that a pro? For sure, man. For sure, for sure. Yeah, make sure you guys go ahead and add me on Snapchat. I would really appreciate it. Snapchat's real ProHenis. Henis, can you say my name right? Andy62515. Got it right, man. I gotta find a better way to get like more steady FPS in this game. My whole game just freeze? Nah, we're good. Does that help if I do that? What happens if I go like that? You guys still gonna be able to see the goddamn game? Whoa. Does that really help with FPS? I wonder. I actually wonder. Let's give it a shot. It might make it harder to notice people, but the quality's like not as good. See how it is. My name is Jeff. Yo, Jamie. Your name's not Jeff. Why don't I play COD? I'm gonna play some COD today, guys. Like, because I know you guys really do want me to play COD. One of the cities coming? I think next week, or well, this week on Wednesday. This week on Wednesday. He needs to do more zombies, or I'm gonna hang myself. Listen, man. Your life shouldn't hang on whether or not I play a video game. Please. Please, for your sake and my sake, Do not keep yourself alive from because I play zombies. That is not how you should live your life. I love taking damage like that, man. That's awesome. It's freaking great. I'm gonna turn the quality back up. Better win this match. All right, man. I got you. I got you, dog. Haha! Do not drink your magic potion just yet, sir. I will drink it for you. I actually took quite the L from that, unfortunately. What's up, Matt Grossman? How you doing today, my man? Do we have any idea where this man resides? Oh, sheesh, Louise. Dude, I am just so in love with the pump shotgun. Literally. Why does it lag that much, man? I don't understand why the game lags that much. Hold on. I'm gonna try lowering this. We're gonna put that right there. That might actually help me out a lot. Where's my mouse? Hello! Testing. 1, 2, 3. Lord and Savior. Mouse. Hello. Alt tab. Alt F4. Well, that surely seemed to do it. What is a ProHenis? Kind of hard to explain, man. A little bit of a mix of like pure raw talent, skill, mixed with some really stunning good looks, and okay, you guys aren't gonna believe this. You guys are not gonna believe this. So a real quick question. Do you guys have any good way to like pass time or anything? So it kicks me out of the game because my game freezes, right? Immediately after I get out. I come back to launch the game. Can you guys read that? No, you guys can't now. You guys read what that says? What do we... Oh, that is so annoying, dude. Have they said anything about that on Twitter? They better have, right? They have to have said something about that on Twitter. Fortnite. That's a serious problem. You should not have to wait that long. It appears some players are experiencing a waiting room queue when trying to launch Fortnite. We are on it and we'll update everyone once it's resolved. If you're already in game, you won't be affected by this. I definitely think they should add a Fortnite only mode. Or a sniper only mode in Fortnite. A Fortnite only mode. Ha! Restart the app, it resets? Is that actually a thing? I swear, chat, if I restart the app and it like goes up to like 3 hours, I'm gonna kill all of you. I better not have to wait 19 minutes, man. Oh. Thanks, guys. It actually worked. That's weird. I wonder why it would do that. That's obnoxious. Doesn't make any sense why you'd have to wait that long. Now we're good, though. What's up, Zay? What's up, OP Gamer? Welcome to the stream, man. How you doing today, buddy? What's up, Dom? What's my favorite game? I thought you guys said it was going to reset it. I thought you guys said it was going to reset it. Chat, you're literally killing me. Sorry if that was a ear rape moment. What's up, TWP? All right, man. Like, all I want to do is just play some Fortnite, all right? This isn't like a big deal. 16 minutes. What can I do in 16 minutes? Like, how do I entertain? Yo, did Ali A just subscribe to me? Ali A, what's up? Are you... Hey, Hey, look, it said Ali subscribed to me. Did you guys see that? It was down here, right above where my sub count, where my subscriber alert is. Dude, COD? If only there was another game you could play. What other game do we want to play, chat? Play COD? You know what I'm going to play, guys? We got 16 minutes. I'm going to play some Hand Simulator. You guys ever heard of Hand Simulator? If you haven't, I strongly advise. This is actually going to be great. Oh, there's an update for it. There's an update for Hand Simulator. Are you freaking kidding me? Imagine having an update for a Hand Simulator. Have you guys... It's a terrible game. It's definitely not a terrible game. What is that? What is Hand Simulator? Oh, Hand Simulator, really? Chat, you're about to literally have your minds blown. Literally have your minds blown. I hope you guys are ready for this. This is actually going to take 15 minutes, bro. That's insane. God is telling you to play COD. This isn't God. This is just like my Fortnite being like, listen, we can't have too many good players on at the same time. You know, I'm pretty sure Ninja's live right now. Probably a couple of other studs. I'm just kidding. I won't lie to you guys. Oh, God. Guys, no, I strongly advise, like, listen, on a real note here, Hand Simulator is actually one of the greatest games that's, like, ever been made. I'll show you guys. Yeah, we'll just wait for it to download. I'll let it speak for itself. Check Steam messages. I have a new comment on my profile. What's this? Hey, follow me back. What do you think, guys? Think we should follow him back? Peanut Man! Peanut Man, are you here? Bro, Peanut Man said I love you, Cupcake. Think he's trying to be mean when he says that? You think he's trying to call me? You guys don't know, Peanut Man's the guy with the most coins in my stream. Hand Simulator sounds so wrong. Nah, I'm telling you guys, it's a great game. What? Yo, thank you very much, Ciro. Or no, hold on, I missed Ciro with the 2 Swiss francs as best YouTuber ever. Thank you so much, man. Peanut Man's bot is here. Okay, but not actually Peanut Man. Gotcha. Thank you very much, Ciro, for the 2 Swiss francs. Jelly Jam then came in with a $1. Appreciate that. And Ciro with another Swiss franc. Hand Simulator is great. No, it is great. It's actually amazing. All right, just another like 20 seconds on this. What's up, Ray Ray? But I'm telling, like, the game's actually really funny. The game is really fun. We'll only have a short amount of time to play it, but like, it's actually a really, really funny game. How many coins does Peanut Man have? I can check. He has a lot. He has 21,000 coins. He has spent a total of 21,000 minutes watching my stream. 21,000 minutes. Like, think about that. Hand Simulator. Launch Hand Simulator in Steam VR mode. Imagine if I had a VR headset. That would be amazing. Yo, Trax, thank you so much for the £1. I appreciate that, my man. Can we get a track spam in the chat? Display 1 left. Yeah, this one. Graphics quality high, right? Might as well. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Hand Simulator. Watching for 21,000 minutes. So 21,000 minutes, how many hours is that? Because we were really only talking hours. So divide that by 60. That's 350 hours. 350 hours. All right, let's play some horror, spinners, shooting, milkmaid, Merry Christmas. What do we want to try? How can you use your coins for giveaways at the end of every month, man? What do we want to try, guys? Horror, spinners, milkmaid, Merry Christmas. Well, horror is the first one. Let's do horror. Oh, this doesn't look good, dude. Bro, is she getting... No, she's getting closer to me, bruh. Bruh. I don't do well with this type of stuff, dude. Nah. Okay, let's do something else now. Bro, I don't know what to do, man. Yo, thank you very much, Trax, for the £1. I appreciate it. Morin comes in with the $1. I appreciate that too, dude. All right, let's try shooting. Choose weapons with keys 1, 2, etc. What? Okay, we've got to load the magazine. I forget how to play this. I've played it like for 3 seconds before. Left shift is change hand. Oh. Like most ambidextrous people, we can only use 2 hands at once. Seems legit. Yeah, guys, we're waiting because, you know, Fortnite's got the long queue times right now. All right, here we go. Here we go. Scroll up. Here it up. Bring it up. Bring it up. All natural. This looks totally normal. All right, switch hands. Grab the magazine. Here we go. Bring it up. Now we just got to shove the magazine. Okay, bring this back over here. Come on. Come on. Just shove it into the freaking... Dude, why is this so... I don't understand why this game's so difficult. You need Jesus? Bro, I need help right now. It's like my thumb's in the way. Oh, drop that. Drop that. How do I get my thumb out of the way? I think my thumb's blocking the... Here we go. Yo, Carbies came with $1, X Morn with the $1, and X Morn with another $1. Thank you so much, man. I really do appreciate that, brother. Yo, can we get another X Morn spam in the chat? Oh, did we get it? I think our... Whoa, 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 whoa. What am I doing? What am I doing? Move your thumb? Yeah, I gotta move my thumb. Because I think my thumb's blocking the yeah. Alright. Hand down. Grab this. God damn it. Grab it. Okay. It's really hard to describe how aggravating this game is until you actually try to do it yourself. You can rotate vertical? How do I do that? Look mode. Wait, hand rotation. Oh! Oh! Okay. Yeah. Now come up a little bit. Come up. Stop it. What are you doing? I'm literally not even moving. Stop. Stop dragging. Okay, perfect. Leave that right there. Don't move. Switch to other hand. Grab this. Bring it up. No. Grab it again. Hey, yo, what's good, Arthur? How you doing today, buddy? Okay. Let me bring you out a little bit more. Can you? All right, perfect. Yeah, hold that right there. Don't move. Bring it up a little bit. Rotate it down. And just insert into the... Just insert the thing. Oh! Rotate. Okay. Okay. The magazine is backwards. Chat, I don't understand. Okay, let me just wrench my whole fist around then. All right, I can't. Apparently that's not... Apparently I'm not capable of doing that. We're gonna switch over to Fortnite here in like a second, guys. It's probably been about 15 minutes. Bro, I can't even see what I'm doing. Like, why does it cut off the screen? Bring this out a little bit more, and try to. Yeah, you get. Wait, is the magazine? Yeah, the magazine's definitely backwards. All right, can I drop it then? All right, no biggie. Go back down. No way, this is that hard, bro. Look at my arm. Who works like that? All right, pick it up. Now, how do I rotate? Oh, there we go. If you guys were ever looking for a good tutorial on how to load a weapon, like this is it right here. Okay? Just bring it up. Right over. And flawless.
There is a 2-hour wait for Fortnite on Xbox.
A 2-hour wait, bro? There can't be. You're better at this than Fortnite? All right, hold on. Body of Christ, sir. Amen. May I take your hand, sir? Look at this. Look at how... Wait a minute. I can't grab it now, can I? Oh, hand down. Drag the weapon. No, don't slide it too far. Oh, don't. It's going to fall off the table. Oh, can we get some pro clutches in the chat? We saved that one. Holy Jesus. Wait, we just flipped the magazine over. That was what we needed to do. All right, grab that. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Here we go. No, 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 no. What? Okay. All right, guys, we're going to give this like one last good attempt, and then we're switching over to Fortnite. Okay. I'm actually over this game. Well, that was fun. I'm telling you guys, we're gonna get really good at that. We still have 5 minutes. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do then? You know what I'm gonna do actually? I know exactly what I'm gonna do. We have 5 minutes. That actually gives us plenty of time to check out one more thing in this game. I really want to check out what spinners is. We have 5 minutes, guys. We're definitely not doing horror again because I don't know what that was. Shooting spinners. Here we go. I can tell you guys right now, it's not 9:59 where I am. I don't know why it wouldn't actually put, like, see that clock? I don't know why it wouldn't actually put my time. Actually, hold on. Can I put this in? There we go. That's better for you guys, I think. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Can you actually spin these fidget spinners? Oh my God. Guys, it's a fidget spinner simulator. Wait a minute. Pick it up. Come on. Yeah. No. No. Ah. Can I reach down and get that? Oh, yeah. Hey, guys, don't mind me just reaching under the table. Nothing to see here. Don't have long enough limbs to do that. What? No, look back. Whoa. Ho. 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 Oh. Yikes. Oh, you're definitely not supposed to bend that like that. No, no, no. Turn that back around. Oh, that's gross. Oh, God. How do I reset? Reset, 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 reset. Look back forward, look back forward, look back forward. Okay. Where are your hands? Hand down. Bring it down. Bring it down. Okay. God, that was actually disgusting. Did you see his hand? Did you see that hand? That was... Why am I... You pick it up?
BOOO. Play zombies.
Hold on. Yeah, place your finger right there just to hold it in place. Okay, now switch hands. Come down here. Down. Just come over and spin it a little bit. Give it a little tickle. Give it a little... Oh, hey, we made that spin. Hell yeah. Ha. Ha. Yes. Ha ha. We did it. We made it spin. Oh, that's sick. That's actually sick. All right, wait, hold on. Make it spin again. Yeah. Look at that. That's actually really satisfying. That's so dope. That's so dope. Okay. We're gonna exit out of that. We're gonna go back to single player. Somebody said do the milkmaid one.
Yo, what's up, Henis? Really appreciate you coming to my stream 2
Hey,
days
yo,
ago, man.
Prime Strikes.
Also, 3 more days till my birthday, lol.
Bro, I'm gonna get demonetized for this. Bro, I'm gonna... Oh, that's definitely not monetizable. Hold on. Can we get a clear on this? Somebody get Susan on the line. This definitely... I don't think I can... I feel really weird. Like, I feel like I'm... Okay, first of all, I barely touched it. Barely touched it. It's him. It's not me. Prime, thank you so much for the 4, man. Alan, thank you so much for the 2. He said, boo, play zombies. Listen, man, we're all having a good time here, buddy. All right, I'm going to switch over to some Fortnite here pretty soon.
Henis like milk, tears of joy, tears of joy.
Okay, hold on. Bro, even though I'm doing this through a keyboard, man, this feels so wrong. There's a chicken here too? Chickens! Dude, that's so weird. Oh my god. Dude, why does it move like that? It shouldn't be moving like that. Here, bring your hand back a little bit. Bring it up. I'm using my scroll wheel to like move the hand up. Hold on, let me switch to the other one. Wait, can we like... Okay, rotate. Can we, you think we could use two hands, chat? Just grab a hold. Wow, we got a nice firm grip on that one. There we go. Good that. What am I even supposed to do with this other hand, bro? Actually, not. But why is it scoring out the other holes too, dude? I don't know a lot about milking a cow, guys. I'm gonna be honest with you, but I don't think this is how it works. This is a cow, right? I actually don't know. Guys, welcome to the new Fortnite update. You thought there was a new city coming. You were wrong. We just, it looks like you're jerking him off. Keep it pulled. Okay, so if I like... Oh, shoot. I thought if I like switched to my other hand right as I was jerking down, it would like just keep like a steady stream. That's what she said. Ciro, thank you very much for the 2 Swiss francs, man. Henis needs some milk. How do I reset? Hand rotation, tab. Wait a minute. It says tab is for hands, foots. So if I... Wait. ASDF is space fingers. Oh, wait a minute. Ah. Wait a minute. We're tickling him, chat. Okay, this is enough of this. Good work today, Bessie. You did good. We missed the bucket entirely. But I think that was a good... I think that's a good way to start a Fortnite stream. Solid. How do we still have 5 minutes to wait? I can't make this up. It still says 5 minutes. Bro, I just literally got done milking a cow. And we still... I actually milked a cow. I guess this just gives us a chance to try out... I guess this just gives us... This is too much fun, man. This is too much fun. I didn't actually... So the only game mode that I had ever tried in Hand Simulator before was the shooting one. I want to try the horror one again. Okay. Just stay away, lady. How can I get up? She's gonna get too close to me again, dude. She's gonna get too close, bro. She's getting a little too brave. Slap her in the face? Bro, I don't know how to slap her in the face. Use tab to walk away.
I still have an hour 50 left.
Jacob, thank you so much for the $2 super chat, man. I appreciate it. Oh, I just walk away. Oh, where'd she go? Oh, God. Bro, I can't see anything. It's a glitch. I'm alive. Think we can hit her with those candles? Oh, they're about to tip over. I gotta grab the candles. Crouch. Huh! Grab the candles! Grab the candles. What is wrong with my hand? Nope, forget it. We're just running away. You guys even see her? This is a much more pleasant activity. Okay, we're gonna actually get some milk in the bucket. Alright. We got like another 5 minutes, guys, so like we just gotta wait for it. Grab. Firmly grasp it. So how you doing today, chat? Anything fun happen at school? Did you meet any new friends? What? Chat, we're milking a cow. You guys got to get your sick minds out of the gutter. This is where you guys get your milk, all right? You're a bunch of sick-minded freaks if you think there's anything else going on here besides us milking a cow, okay? If you think there's anything else happening, you got to get your mind out of the gutter because this is how you get your milk every day, all right? When you go into the fridge and you... I think we pissed him off. Just lost all our goddamn milk. You see the struggles that people have to go through to get milk? You guys are so ungrateful. I do this every morning, okay? I open up Hand Simulator, and I freaking... What is this called? Stop jerking the cow. Guys, I'm milking the cow. It's MLK Day. That's a good one, chat. That's actually a good one. I didn't think about that, but you guys are definitely right. All right, Fortnite's got to be ready at this point, right? I'm kind of getting bored of that. Another minute. All right, we'll wait another minute. I'm good.
My mum just walked in and I switched it to porn because it was easier to explain.
Classic one. Classic. Thank you so much, Bear, for the $1 dono. I appreciate it. Bear donates $1 and says, my mom just walked in and I switched it to porn because it was easier to explain. Completely understandable. Thank you so much for that donation, Bear. I appreciate it. What's up, Enigma? Welcome to the stream. Only 30 more seconds, guys. Then we'll load up some Fortnite. We'll have a good time. If you guys are new, make sure you subscribe. Drop a like on the stream as well. That's honestly the most fun I've had at the beginning of a Fortnite stream ever. That was tier 1. I like your videos. Yo, thank you, Adrian. I appreciate it, man. That was an unusual thing to come and see in a stream. Yeah, especially when you're going through a live stream and you click on Fortnite and you're like, oh, sick. We're just going to watch some dude play Fortnite. And then you load up the stream and then you're like, wow, this isn't Fortnite. You know what I'm saying? It like really sends you for a loop. So, sorry about that, guys. I'm just going to like exit out of a ton of this stuff that I don't really think I need. That was a first for me, chat. I'd never milked a cow in front of 600 people, but I'm glad you guys were there to be with me for that experience. What's up, Violet Ninja? Welcome to the stream. So what's in the new update? The new update's not out yet, man. Honestly, if you guys... Oh, shoot. I gotta change the quality back. That was better than Fortnite? that was better than Fortnite, man. That was pretty good. We're gonna title that Man Milks Cow on Stream. I think that's what we're gonna title it. You guys see it? Whoa! Hello? Chat? Hello? Testing 1, 2, 3. Type 1 in the chat if you guys can see me and hear me right now. Are we here? Are we good? What's up, Donut Man? Can you guys see me? Type 1 in the chat if you guys are here and if we're all here. Everybody just might have to go ahead and refresh their stream, but I think we should be back. There we go. There comes the ones. Okay, good, good, good. Bro, what the hell happened? I like alt-tabbed out of my game and it just like everything freaking died. That sucks. Yeah, everybody just go ahead and refresh your stream. Yo, Mitch, chill with the spam a little bit, man, all right? Mitch, chill with the spam. Mitch, it looks really bad when mods spam. Like, I'm just being honest. Where's the link to download Fortnite? Is it not in the description? Well, I'm definitely not alt-tabbing there again, so I'll do it over here on my other computer. Whew. All right, yo, sorry about that, chat. We're back, though. My bad. My bad. I did not expect that to happen. Whoa, why am I getting such bad FPS? Okay, never mind. We're getting good FPS. We're getting good FPS. All right, guys. Yeah, I just got to go ahead and put the Fortnite link in the description of the stream. That was a massive L. Yeah, I apologize for that, guys. I apologize. Hopefully, we'll be able to get some viewership back. I don't know why that happened. That was weird. All right, but yeah, those of you guys who do want to go ahead and download Fortnite, I can put a link to it in the description down below. I apologize that it's not there right now. I don't know why I forgot to do that. Usually, I remember to. All right, where do I want to put it? I guess right there. Paste.
Welcome to the Salty Spittoon.
Yo, Wyatt Fields, thank you so much for the sponsor, man. I seriously appreciate that, brother. Thank you so much, my guy. Yo, can we get a Wyatt spam in the chat, guys? I would really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Wyatt, for that support, man. All right, Wyatt's a serious OG. Thank you so much, dude, for the support. Someone said turn on your frame rate cap. Maybe if I just keep it capped at 120, that might actually help with my FPS. I know that doesn't really make much sense, but I'm going to give it a shot. Let's go to Anarchy. Alright, give it a shot. Yo, guys, can we get a Wyatt spam in the chat? Thank you so much for that sponsor, man. I really appreciate that. It's my birthday. Give me a shout out. Yo, Ray, huge shout out to you, man. Wyatt, you were my 105th sponsor. Thank you so much for that, dude. That seriously means a lot to me, man. Thank you. RIP for the ProHenis. RIP for the ProHenis, man. Ripperinos, Pepperinos in the chat. What do I have for GFuel? I'm currently drinking Nate Shots Lemonade right now, man. I sent you a friend request on Epic Games. I don't usually accept Epic Games friend requests, man. Sorry. Nothing personal. I just usually don't. All right, this guy's not going to land close enough. I'm just going to go right to the Christmas tree because I landed a little weird. Then we're just going to go right over to that guy. We're going to see what else we got here. Let's get it. Let's go see what this man's all about. Yo, what's good, Mixed Music? How you doing today? Welcome to the stream. There's a Magnum shot over here. You guys hear that Magnum, right? Yahtzee! Yahtzee! Well, you had a lot of goodies, my friend. Thank you. Yeah, I'll take that, actually. I could really use a shotgun right now. That's honestly what I really want. Ooh. Heard your footsteps, good sir. What you got here? You got a shotgun for me? You do not. Okay. No big deal. I will forgive you. Hey, what's good, Mocha? How you doing today? Spam play with Avery? Or I'd be down to play with Avery sometime. What's up, Jason? How you doing today, man? Yo, Kenny, what's good, brother? Yo, honestly, sick building, Henis, for real, dude. He was super confused there, man. Holy God. Let me take that. Wait, I did not take it. Take that. And then we'll take that. Perfect. Hey, what's good, Awesomeness? How you doing today, buddy? Welcome to the stream, my man. Did nobody go to the house? Oh, no, there is a guy at the house. What? What? Come on, man. the frick was that guy doing, dude? He had a purple tack, too? Are you freaking kidding me? Actually, wait, hold on. Let me drink this first. What the hell is he doing, man? That is not what I was expecting that to do. Or that guy to do. Alright. Now we're feeling smooth, boys. Now we're feeling Gucci. That man literally... That's just a pistol, isn't it? That man literally just ran right in there. No F's given, dude. It was just like, I'm taking this. I don't care if that guy kills me. I'm going to be the one to open up the chest. It's like he had one of those daily challenges he just had to finish, you know? Where all you got to do is just open up a chest. And he's like, you know what? If I go out with a bang, I'm going out with a bang. What's up, Talon? You're a lot better at Fortnite. I'm a lot better at Fortnite than I am milking a cow. I will take that as a compliment. Thank you. And you know what? I'd probably have to agree with you. Can you milk cows in Fortnite? You know? If you can, I'll be the first in line to show you guys how to do it. What's up, Skinny? How you doing today? I gotta go ahead and message Kenny back. What's up, Gunny? How you doing today, man? Kenny says testing. I'm gonna say testing back. Testing. The one thing that I hate about streaming Fortnite, and it literally just comes down to me like figuring out some good settings. There's just something about when I play this game and stream it, I lag a little bit. And I really wish I knew a way to, like a good way to get rid of that. It's not my internet, like not being able to handle it. It's like my computer. Because I'm playing and streaming off of the same computer. So it freaks out a little bit. What's up, Papa? What's up, Slaughter? My computer just does not like when I play and stream a game on the same PC. So I'm going to have to, I have another PC that could do the streaming for me. But, setting up a second streaming PC is, a nightmare. And I really don't want to do it. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like I might have to. Just because it would seriously improve my gaming experience across the board. So, all around, I'd probably end up being a happier person. You know? What's up, Cold Boy? How you doing today, my man? That was pretty nice. Thank you, my good sir, for all your loot. Oh, we already have all the bandages we could ever need. Boom. How do you sponsor? If you want to sponsor the channel, man, there is a link in the description down below. Never required, but always very much appreciated. You got a semi-auto, dude? Are you freaking serious? Yeah, keep strafing like that. Ooh, my goodness. Oh my god. If you guys don't have notifications turned on for the channel yet already, I would really appreciate that. When you guys do tap that bell icon below the video player, make sure you screenshot it and tweet it at me on Twitter at ProHenis, because I do follow every single notification squad member back on Twitter. Every single one of you guys will get a follow back. I think I'm gonna make that my project for later today. I'm gonna set up my second PC to be my streaming PC. I'm gonna do that. That's gonna be a thing. That's definitely gonna be a thing. Oh, this dude has a scar too. Hell yeah. Let me pick up all your loot. Drop all the way over there? I don't know. Almost 1,000 hours? You're crazy, man. Definitely not a semi-pro sniper. God sniper, more like. Nah, dude. I wish I was a god at this game. I choke too much to be a god, unfortunately. Definitely feel like somebody's got eyes on me right now, and I just don't see him. New city? New city coming tomorrow, man. Yeah, or not tomorrow, excuse me, Wednesday. Pretty sure it's coming Wednesday. Happy Martin Luther King Day, by the way, guys. Come on, guys. Never sit still when you're sniping. It's like sniping 101. did not play that well. I shouldn't have pushed him like that. That was stupid. Should have built a wall. Yo, so that was funny. Shoot. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna try to set up a second streaming PC after, like, later tonight. Yo, Henry, what's good? Kai Hope, how you doing today, man? Henis, how are you? Matt Grossman, I'm doing pretty great, buddy. I'm doing pretty great. But yo, dude, what is this song? That tree blocked me? Yeah, that was build the wall. But nah, yeah, because I tried to build that ramp and then the tree blocked it, which was annoying. I should have just built up like a couple of flat platforms, then built up a wall, and then built up another stair right there. Just get around that tree. That's really what I should have done. Yeah, I gotta get like my own playlist for streaming, but the problem is like I hate to play copyrighted music because then my stream gets striked sometimes. I hate that. That's what I hate about YouTube, man. It's so annoying. Play some metal. What do you guys want to hear? I don't want to alt tab out of my game, but what do you guys want to hear for metal? What's up, Landon? You just checked out my Facebook page. Well, thank you, my good sir. I appreciate it. And thank you very much for all the new subscriptions right now, guys. If you're new to the channel, when you subscribe, your name's going to appear right in the lower right-hand corner of the stream. So, like, I messaged Kenny, and, like, Kenny... So, TBNR Kenworth, he came into my stream the other day and, like, was like, hey, do you want to play some Fortnite? And I'm like, hell yeah. You know, it's freaking TBNR Kenworth. And so I said yes, and he wanted me to download this program called Telegram, which is just like it's a much cleaner, easier way to message, I guess. I've just been so used to using Discord, but I had to download Telegram because I'd never heard of it before. So I downloaded it, and it was like a couple days ago, and Kenny's been giving me crap ever since for not leaving it open. And so he messages me today, it says testing, and I say testing, and he says, holy crap, you have it open, Santa must be real. I freaking love Kenny, dude. He's so funny. Santa must be real. What's my Discord? If you want my Discord, guys, there is a link in the description. Or if you go to discord.prohenis.com. What happened to Hand Simulator? We might play that a little bit later, guys. I'm probably going to end up turning that into a video, actually. So, like, for those of you guys who missed it, like, you'll still be able to see it. Let's go ahead and get this guy. This is a really poor idea, chat. Oof. Really? That's all you had, bro? You just had this? Yeah, let me pick that up. Drink this. Yo, Alfie, I appreciate the support, man. Thanks very much for coming out to the stream, brother. Is he right in there? Why did not? What the hell? Oh, what the hell? I have a feeling this guy's gonna be right on the roof behind me or something. That's better than the scoped. What's up, Kayla? How you doing today? Welcome to the stream. He's in here somewhere, right? Where is he? What the hell? You guys heard him. Ow. I hear him. I don't know where he is, but there's another chest in here I want to grab. Couple more chat. Ooh, yes, please. What's up, Nate? How you doing today, buddy? What's up, DJ Gaming? Welcome to the stream, bro. Appreciate you coming in, my man. What's up, Jimmy? I don't like that we only get 3 shots with this, but it's whatever. Ah! I hate jumping out of that. You guys think he's still over there? Honestly, frick that guy, dude. Let's go get this guy over here by the rock. Hell yeah. Can I check Twitter? I'll check Twitter after the stream, guys. I usually don't really check Twitter during the stream. Guys, thank you so much for 241,800 subs. Appreciate that. Just 200 subs away from 242K. Really means a lot, guys. Thank you. I don't think there was anything up there. I had to hear it. When will I play more zombies? I might play some more zombies later tonight, guys. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Where'd he go? What the hell, bro? What was he doing? What an awkward angle. Holy crap. That was really awkward. What's up, Master Wolf? How you doing today, my man? I really love Fortnite, man. Holy crap, I love Fortnite. What's up, Jesus? How you doing today, buddy? Yo, what's good, man? Yo, can you... Yeah, that's good, that's good. That's good. You do that. You do that. Got unbelievably outplayed. Holy crap. Henis! Can you close the freaking door? What's up, Brayden? Doot. We're like really close to the edge of the safe zone right now. I genuinely don't know where to go, though. You get the wood from these pallets in here. If you guys have never, ever gotten wood from these pallets give you like an insane amount of wood. Like, look at the wood I'm getting right now. That's just crazy. You hit your blue targets, you're like guaranteed 17,000 pieces of wood. Hey, Minecraft Gamer, thank you so much for the sponsor, man. I appreciate that. Yo, can we get a Minecraft spam in the chat, guys? I would appreciate it. Thank you so much for the sponsor, my guy. Really do appreciate it, my man. Thank you, brother. Some sponsor hype, sponsor love in the chat. You are my 106th sponsor, dude. Thank you so much for that. It's crazy to see how many sponsors we've been getting recently. Everybody is becoming a menace to society. It's truly the movement. The movement. Tell you guys what, and I make this deal with you guys all the time. We get 50,000 likes in the stream. 50,000 likes. I'll stream Minecraft, all right? One of these days, I'm going to get like-botted. And we're actually going to get 50,000 likes. I got to go this way. Wasn't paying attention. When's the new city coming out? Wednesday, I'm pretty sure. Wednesday. I don't really know where I want to go. I'm gonna burp. We the menaces, very, very true. 50,000 likes, yeah, I always say 50,000 likes. I never get anywhere close to 50,000 likes. That's the beauty of it. Ah!
Remember me? You are growing good, sir.
Remember you. Albert, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I don't know if I do remember you, bro. But I appreciate you coming out to the stream, my man. I appreciate your support. I appreciate your dono. You are an absolute legend. Thank you so much. Yo, can we get a Albert spam in the chat? I would appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much for the love, man. Really, really do appreciate it. And hi, my name is Ty Studios. Comes in with a 10 Canadian dollar super chat. Holy crap, dude. Thank you so much for the 10 bucks. Did that bush just move, or is that just me? Thank you so much for the 10, man. I really do appreciate it. Let's get a Ty Studio, or just a studio spam in the chat, I guess. When I was a young boy, my father. What's up, ProNeef? Welcome to the stream, my man. Took me into the city. I've been listening to a lot of My Chemical Romance recently, guys. And when I say a lot of My Chemical Romance, I really just mean their one song, Welcome to the Black Parade. Bro, it brings out my teen angst years, dude. My teen angst, I hate the world, punk rock, you know, frick the adults type stuff. Despise authority. It's been so long since I've heard that song, dude. It was incredibly nostalgic. Yeah, exactly. The emo stages. Exactly, Mitch. That looks like way too weird of a bush. I had to check. Do I have an Xbox? I do not have an Xbox. No, I've got a PS4 and a PC. That is it. Come on, man. You gotta have some idea that I'm shooting at you. Like, bruh. Here he is. I want you guys to tell me how that missed, alright? Missed just barely, dude. Shoot! Oh, he can see me, but I can't see him. That's not good. Hit him, Henis! Holy God, dude. Jesus Christ, man. Holy crap. No, stop, dude. Stop it! Stop it! I'm just a little boy! I'm just a little boy!
What's up? I like to spose air random peeps.
Definitely not freaking out right now. What's up, Jeremy Gonzalez? Yo, what's good, Higgsy? How you doing today, buddy? Welcome to the stream, man. Holy, career ended, dude. Freaking melted that guy. Keep thinking I heard a guy in there. Definitely just hearing things, I guess, right? Right. Whoa. That was really bad, Henis. Come on. Oh, Jesus, bro. Can't reach him with my snowballs. Try to bait him a little bit. Come on, man. Are you seriously just not going to challenge me? That... Whoa! Bro, I'm out there teasing him, bro, thinking I'm good. And he just lasered me. Holy Jesus. Yo, I can't even complain. That was just... The bloom just favored him immensely there. Holy crap, overlay. Damn, that was insane. RIPs in the chat for that. Hey, man, I'm back. Yo, what's up, Challenger? How you doing today, Patterson? Ah. That sucks. That sucks. I'll be 13 tomorrow. Hey, yo, Slaughter. Happy almost birthday, man. Your stuff is messed up? Yeah, I fixed it. Oh, God. It's more messed up than that. What the heck? It's still messed up. There we go. Sorry about that. Should be good now. Can you friend me? Can you friend me on PS4? My friends list is full on PS4, man. And I really don't play PS4 much anymore. Sorry, brother. Death to Henis. Death to Henis, man. We tried. We put in a valiant effort. The double pump strat. Overlay is still off? Yeah, I think we fixed it now. I think it's good. Yo, Ollie, thank you so much for that sub. I really do appreciate it. Bro, I don't get how people switch between the pumps, man. I don't get how people do it so quickly. How many wins so far today? None, man. We've only been playing for about, I actually don't even know how long I've been live for. But the first, like, 30 minutes of our stream, probably more than that, was spent playing Hand Simulator, so. Who honestly knows anymore, right? Who honestly knows? Hey, what's up, Citron? Yeah, dude, the new skin's actually really, really nice. I like this new skin a lot. Oh, I missed that shot. Like, look at, like, how do people switch between that? Like, it's got to be like click, pump, click. Like, you don't even, like, these people don't even have to wait. Like, it's just boom, boom. It's like you got hit with a wall of just hurt. I don't get how people do that, man. That's just crazy. I'm gonna go to Fatal. They patched all the underground stuff, so I'm pretty sure we shouldn't be running into anybody underground over here at Fatal, right? What's up, Psytrance? Is the new skin worth it? I think it's pretty cool, man. I think it looks really, really nice. Yeah, because I'm rocking with this new skin right now. Yo, hold on. Yeah, Minecraft came in with $1. It says, what's up? I like to sponsor random peeps. Oh, sponsor random peeps. Got you, man. Yo, you just left out the end. For some reason, the end was just left out of your donation message. But I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much for the support. Nate Van Hoff. Yes, Nate, I do remember you. Vote Uplink. What's up? Use binds? Like, use binding for, like, playing the game? Yeah, I use binds, like, key bindings? Is that what you mean? I think that's what you're trying to say. What's good, Windex? How you doing today, man? What's up, Joshua? If I donate, do I have to pay $5 a month? No, the sponsorship thing is completely optional. The sponsorship is what's $5 a month, and that's completely optional, man. You don't have to sponsor the channel. It's just for people who want to go that extra mile. It's very similar to like subscribing on Twitch, essentially. Is how I would describe it. Like if you're familiar with Twitch, you watch Twitch live streams. It's pretty much that exact same thing, man. Yeah, I guess. Go check in here. What's up, Fresh? How you doing today, my man? Hey, what's up, Kata? How you doing today, buddy? Welcome to the stream. Here he is. That was an awkward gunfight, not gonna lie. Yeah, we'll do that. And then only one. Come on, man. Gotta give me something better than that. Then I guess we'll just take that. Let's get it. What's up, Bassfish Cat? How you doing today, buddy? Welcome to the stream, my man. I could really use a shotgun right about now to pump somebody in the face with it. But all I got is a pistol and a boogie bomb, which could be a lot worse. But thank God it's not. Hallelujah. What's up, OP Gamer? Oh, what do we got here? What do we have here? How much does Fortnite cost on PC? It's absolutely free, man, just like it is on every other console. If you guys are actually, you want to try out Fortnite on the PC, check out the link in the description down below. You can download Fortnite. It is still absolutely free, but it's an affiliate link, which means that it helps me. So if you guys click that link, you try it and you download Fortnite on the PC, it does help benefit me as a streamer and a content creator. And the reason the game doesn't look too great is because I have all my graphic settings turned down. So if you're watching this and you're like, man, I don't want my game to look that crappy, it looks this crappy for me because I have everything turned down so I can get better FPS when I play and stuff. Thank you guys for almost 800 likes in the stream, by the way. That's absolutely insane. If you guys haven't dropped a like yet, make sure you do that. I would really appreciate it. But yeah, click that link in the description while you're on your PC. It does help me out a lot. Sweet, thank you so much. Hey, I got you, man. I got you. What's good, Andrew? Just like Yosi Trace, I appreciate that, man. Appreciate it a lot, dude. What's up, Potsnick? Do you remember your vlog a couple years ago? I do, dude, yeah. I cringe every time I watch it. But then again, I cringe every time I watch anything that I've done from a long time ago. Gotta be kidding me. Something tells me this man ain't gonna be too difficult to kill. Although we could be wrong. Henis, I checked the link. Thank you, Jedi. Appreciate it, my man. Hello, good sir. Hello, good sir. Would you like to buy some food? Oh, man. Priceless. Let me tell you, kids these days, they're priceless. I was going to try to snipe him through the roof. That's what I really wanted to do, but he wouldn't sit still long enough for me to get a shot. What's up, Martina? How you doing today? Welcome to the stream. I'm like trying to track him through the through the ceiling. And he won't stand still. Which, like, I mean, that's good. That's what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to stand still, but, like... I don't know. Wish I had a trap, too. If I had a trap, that would have been funny. I haven't successfully been able to get a trap kill in Fortnite, and I really, really want one. I feel like that'd be so funny. Did that guy have a shotgun? Yeah, I just didn't. That's true. He did have a shotgun, and I really should have taken it, but it's whatever. Have I won a game yet? No, this is my second or third game, I think. Something like that. What's up, Dustin? Am I going to be playing zombies later? I hope to play some zombies later tonight, guys. Yeah, that's my plan. If I can play some zombies later tonight, that'd be pretty nice. What streaming program do I use? I use OBS, my man. I use OBS. I'm a kid, so I'm priceless. Of course. Every child is priceless. Don't ever let anybody tell you otherwise. You are priceless and special in your own priceless and special way. Motivation from ProHenis. You are special. Bro, why does GFuel make me burp, dude? I don't get it. They're shooting it down. What's up, Hugh? How you doing today, Noah? Oh, wow. That was relatively close, wasn't it? Oh, look at this. Just imagine. Can you sit still real quick? Oh, yes, yes, yes. Just sit still. Come on, come on. Oh, jeez. Are you kidding me? I was really... If I didn't take that first shot... If I don't take that first shot, he's sitting right in the middle of the water and drinking that potion. Oh, that would have been too perfect. Oh, nice shot, bro. Come on, man. kidding me, dude. Are you kidding me? What's up, Challenger? Give me a second here, guys. I'd much rather have that. What's up, Bradley? Such a shame to use this right now, but it is what it is. There's 15 people left. We can outrun that, I'm pretty sure. Let's grab that. I guess I'm good. Can we outrun it? Nothing there that I want. Oh, there is a shotgun though. And it was attack too. This is gonna get a little bit of me, unfortunately. How do I not hit that? Only taking one. Come on. How is that not a headshot? Hopefully this guy had a med kit or something. Or a campfire? Do I have a campfire? No, I don't. I see him. No. Let me keep the boogie bomb. Actually, wait. No, I'm gonna take that. Especially, yeah, with 19 shots. Hell yeah. Is he seriously still sitting still, man? You gotta be kidding me. Looking pretty good. But yo, hi, my name is Ty Studios comes back in with another $10 super chat. Thank you so much, brother, for that support. I seriously appreciate it. Yo, can we get another Ty spam in the chat, guys, or a studio spam? I would really, really appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much, man, for that support. I thought, for a split second, I was like, you know, maybe there's a guy in there, but probably not, right? Actually, you know what? I'll build this right now. Heal up. Then we'll get out of here, pick up those potions again, then we'll go. I hate this right now, dude. This feels so wrong. Feel way too exposed. Thank you for the Thai love in the chat, though, guys. I appreciate it. Look at this up there, man. Come on. We're in the safe zone for right now, so we're good, but
Hello, Henis, remember me.
Why does nobody have, like... As soon as I come across a purple tack, man, or even a blue tack, I'd probably end up taking the blue tack. Hello, Henis, remember me? Yes, Armand, I do remember you. Thank you very much for coming back in with another 2. I really do appreciate that, man. Let's get another Armand spam in the chat, guys. I would appreciate it. Oh, God. I'm dead. Freaking kidding me? You freaking kidding me, dude? Dude, Henis? Oh my god, man. Oh my god. That was way too scary, bro. He had a... whatever he had. Alright, guys. Let me kind of clutch up here. What's up, Mad Gamer? Wow, that pistol. Yeah, the pistol's nice, though. If he's got a shotgun, though, I'm definitely going to be taking that. Actually, wait a minute. What am I doing? Actually, wait a minute. Hold on. I need to use... Never mind. It's pointless for me to use that anyway. Forget it. I should just use this. Doesn't really matter. There's no bandages because it's not going to bring me all the way up anyway, so... kind of pointless. And then I'll just take the 2 potions that are left. That pistol saved me, man. He has a better... if he has a better shotgun in that situation, I'm dead. 100%. I am dead. Holy crap, Skull Ghost.
I love your channel, keep up the good work, and can you play zombies for me? I also used up some of my Christmas money because you're a boss.
Okay. So we're going to be doing that, I see. Easiest shot of my life, man. Okay. Kumbaya, kumbaya. I just heard a jump pad. can't trust anything, chat. You can't destroy it. Sick. Freaking dope, dude. Henis? Henis? Henis, what are you doing? 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 Bro, that glitch almost killed me. Oh my god. I got way too lucky right there.
Hello, I'm back because I love you.
Oh
Take
my
the
lord.
W.
Yo, GG's in the chat, guys. First of all, holy crap. That was like... Bro, my heart literally just stopped. Oh my god. Thank you very much, Skull Goes for the 5, man. He says, hello, I'm back because I love you. Take the W. Thank you so much, man. I did take the W. Thank God that donation didn't come in sooner when I like really needed to listen. Oh my god, man. That would have like literally, that would have sucked so bad. Holy crap. Thank you very much, Skull. Yo, can we get a skull spam in the chat, guys? I would appreciate it. Yo, GG's. God damn. The timing of that, literally. So I put that jump pad down, and my character immediately jumps without switching out of putting down a like the item. And I have that glitch where I like don't have any weapons pulled out. Can you imagine if that glitch like stayed on you after you land? Oh my lord, that would have sucked. Yo, almost 900 likes in the stream, guys. Thank you all so much for the support today. It's been absolutely unreal. If you guys are new to the channel, make sure you subscribe. We're close to 242,000 subscribers, just less than 140 away. You guys can see a live sub count in the lower left-hand corner. And when you subscribe to the channel, you'll see your name appear for 10 seconds right in the lower right-hand corner, right above the Fortnite download link. And if you guys want to try out Fortnite on PC, check out the link in the description. It's an affiliate link, helps benefit me. You can download Fortnite for free right on the PC. Oof. Hey, what's good, Fearless Gamer? How you doing, man? What's up, Jamie? What's up, Jay Burrows? What's good, Caleb? Gotta go pack for college. Yo, have fun, Aiden. Best of luck, man. Best of luck. Henis, I cashed in my coins for you to sub to me, but you didn't. Fearless Gamer, if you subbed in like the last 48 hours, then yes, you're right, I haven't, because I haven't checked the purchases yet recently. But I can definitely, I'm going to be checking those here soon, man, alright? Definitely be checking those here soon. Hey, Henis, remember me, Nintendo JJ? I do remember you, man. Welcome back to the stream. What's good? What's up, Cam the Catcher? Listening for a chest, and I don't hear one. There we go. Wait a minute. Ah! Okay, thank God. I thought I was going to be able to make that jump. Perfect. Okay, we're good. Nah. What's up, Jack Holden? How you doing today, buddy? Slurp. A slurp juice, you say? Huh. Oh, you do have some good for me. Yes, very much so. Good. I don't think anybody actually went to the tower. I actually, you know what? I'm going to take all that back. I don't think anybody actually even came here. Could be wrong. Did I get the campfire yet? Yeah, I used it last game. It's pretty nice. Came in pretty clutch. It's definitely, it's not faster than using a, whoa. It's definitely not faster than just using like a medkit or something. But it still does the trick, you know? For sure. Alright, I'm gonna go to the big tower. know there'll be something up there. Oh, feels sad. Imagine if you could unload your rifle so you can get extra ammo. Yeah, I know, right? Oh god, it's so annoying that like that's another small. It's a small thing about this game, but like the fact that ammo doesn't come, like, sometimes it comes out of the weapons, you know what I'm saying? Alright, so I guess that guy was up there. Let me take that. I'm gonna take that instead of that. Alright, so that clears out all that then. Don't take damage! Oh! That triggers me. You know what? Now if we had that slurp potion, it would have been completely different. Feels sad. You hit the bell icon? Yo, Steve, I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much for the support, brother. That poor man. How did he land there so late? What the hell happened to him? Henis, how are you so good at Fortnite? I'm only decent at this game, man. I'm not too great. But like just like anything, man, I'm just working, you know, just working to practice. Practice and get better. Why does it say slow mode enabled? So yeah, I put on slow mode. It's gonna say slow mode enabled regardless of how long the slow mode actually is. I put on a 10-second slow mode. So that means that each individual person can only type a message once every 10 seconds. Did I say 10 minutes by accident? I meant 10 seconds. You can only type one message every 10 seconds. And to be honest with you, I think that seems fair. There's not really a reason why any user would need to type a message more frequently than once every 10 seconds. Unless you're just spamming. So. That's going to go right to your front door. Would have been funny just to let that kill him. That probably would have been more funny. To be honest with you. Oh, thank God that didn't explode the... We just almost destroyed the chest. That would have really sucked. I didn't even realize there was a chest up there. So people won't be able to get timed out? No, like, people will still get timed out, like, if they're spamming or something. Like, mods can take care of a lot of that. But I'm talking about, like, a lot of the repetitive stuff. Like, the bot will, like, YouTube just takes care of that now. You guys, like, the mods don't even have to worry about it in the sense that, like... Because the YouTube literally won't let you type in the chat once every 10 seconds. Because you know those people that would just, like, spam VVVVV or something? Or just, you know, spam one character over and over and over again? There's literally... I can't think of a reason why any viewer... the only people who are exempt from that rule are mods... and obviously the broadcaster, myself. Those are the only people who don't have to abide by that rule. So mods can still type in the chat more frequently than in a 10-second interval. But obviously mods are there, they're not supposed to spam. So if mods are spamming, then they shouldn't be mods, you know? Then they'll just be demodded, as they say. I'm pissed I don't have a sniper right now. This dude's literally freaking standing still. We'll come in, we'll be the cleanup crew here. This is what we're gonna do. Some dude's healing over here. We got 100 health and 100 shield. Ooh, baby. Why can't I not edit? I can't edit anything. It's not letting me edit. I don't have any more building material. It's not the same guy. Not the same guy. It's not the same guy. It's not the same guy. No. God damn it, man. Ah. Shoot. That guy was good. Ripping the chat. He ran away to heal himself. That was a smart play. And then this dude came right from behind me. Sheesh. That was rough. I don't know why it took me so long to... was that wall not mine? I guess that wall was, but it was also giving me the option to edit it when I was staring right at it. I don't know. Ah! God damn it. What am I doing? Zombies? Maybe later tonight, man. Maybe later tonight. What's up, OP Gamer? What's up, Darian? Hey, yo, Ryan Morton, buddy. What is poppin', my guy? What is poppin', my guy? Welcome to the stream. Yo, the Ocean OPZ. I could tell that guy was a streamer. Like, you could just tell he was good, right? The amount of building he was doing. Like, that guy was good. Probably just a Twitch streamer. Did anybody know who that guy was? Hey, yo, Matt and Dari, what's up? Welcome to the stream. I almost, like, it crossed my mind. I was like, is this Myth? But Myth would have ended me a lot sooner than that. Just because this building's too good. What's up, Real Plays? How you doing today, buddy? Bro, you are the best. I'm definitely not the best, man. I'm decent at this game. I'm not the best, though. That's for sure. Guys, thank you very much for 900 likes in the stream. If you have not smacked that like button yet, please make sure you do that. I would really appreciate it. How many games have we won today so far? Just one? How many games have we played? We've placed like twice in the top 10 and died, but we got, so 3 times in the top 10 in total. One of them we won. The other 2 we died. I'm pretty sure 2 of the games were top 10. I think. I honestly don't remember. Ocean is here. Yeah, I know. I said hello to Ocean, didn't I? Yo, Sammy Savage, I'm doing good. How are you? What's up, top 10? Imagine only having 2,800 kills. Billiard, who are you? You were like the greatest gamer ever? Thanks, man. Yo, what's up, bruh? I'm gonna remember you. You're in the default outfit. I like that. Is there a chest in there? Of course there's not, bro. Of course there's not. I'm all out of ammo. Dude, there's literally a weapon on the ground. What are you doing? Do that. Is it actually in here? God damn it, I thought it was in the other roof. I'm stupid. What's up, Cole? Welcome to the stream, bud. Really wish we had a shotgun right about now. No! I don't know if anybody landed. I mean, I know other people landed here. I just don't know where they went. There are more so over in that direction. Did I just see a guy going for the Christmas tree? I do not know. I didn't even hit the fence. What? How am I not getting shot at right now? I do not understand. now you see me. More than likely. Some very nice building you've done here. I love what you've done with the place. It's very pretty. I'm dead. Ah! No, Henis! Awkward gunfight. Very, very awkward gunfight. That was a terrible snap-on that I was doing there, too. What on earth was that? That's another guy. We're good. That man's was trash? Bro, I was trash, dude. That was awful gunfight on my part. That was terrible. I'm lucky to be alive right now. Are you freaking serious, dude? Don't tell me. Oh, you're up there. I'm 31 HP, Henis. Be smart. That hurts, doesn't it? Those are not bouncing the way I want them to. I'm so screwed, dude. I'm using up all my ammo right now. Lasered. Freaking lasered. Unbelievable. God freaking bless. Was that a scar, you guys think? I mean, maybe. I don't know. Either way, freaking almost dropped to my knees, begging for mercy. Please don't kill me. Good fight, though. That was a GG. Good fight. No, he just had a blue AR, just like me. What on earth, man? This dude's on some other stuff. Really? This is the best amount of ammo you can give me. Are you serious? Alright, 15 bullets. We'll make the best of it. I'm gonna hope there's a possibility that he didn't loot this house right here. Actually, no, because I saw somebody land here, so somebody definitely looted that house. I think it was more than likely some of these houses over here didn't get looted, so I'm gonna go back to look for those. We gotta find some ammo crates. Ammo crates would be the biggest thing. That's what we could really use right now. You always wear the same sweatshirt? Yeah, man, it looks nice, doesn't it? You took notice of it because it's always the nice ProHenis sweatshirt. You can get one at shop.prohenis.com, of course. If you were ever curious about where I got it from, it was shop.prohenis.com. Again, if you don't know where to go get it, it's shop.prohenis.com. So now you know. Just for future reference. Totally not affiliated with them, just in love with their product and really think that their mission statement is important.
Hey Henis, remember me? When is the next zombie stream? I feel bad I missed out on the last one. I didn't get a notification. Keep up the amazing material.
Yo, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Who donated that? Yo, Saber Cats, thank you so much for the $1.11, man. I don't know when I'm gonna be doing my next zombie stream. I've tossed around the possibility of doing one. I was like, what? Are you freaking kidding me? Is this a thing? Bruh. Nice. Sick. I'll take that. I'll take that, man. But yeah, I've been thinking about doing a zombie stream tonight, bro, to answer your question. Oh, wait a minute, it's down there. I've never understood that, man. We'll just take those, I guess. Now we're good. But yeah, hopefully a zombie stream tonight, man. That's my plan. Yeah, yeet. Only 5 kills? Come on. Like, our only win today was a 9-kill win. Like, think about that. Such a shame. You guys spy what I spy? Right there. You better. I'll try to donate later. It won't let me right now. Hey, honestly, no worries, man. No worries. Get the green palm. I'm more of a tack guy myself. Like, I'll go back and forth, but really the tack is my homie when it comes to playing Fortnite a lot of the time. Can I play Fortnite with you? I might be playing with some viewers here soon, man. Like, I definitely not today, more than likely, but I definitely do want to start playing with viewers because I feel like that'd be really fun. Or at least like playing squads with randoms at the very least. Like, I'm not calling you guys randoms, obviously. You guys are my fans. You guys are the menaces to society. You guys are the ProHenis army. You know. We'll deal with you first. Okay, now you're going to be in that base down there. You're going to try and snipe me. You're going to peek out just enough for little Henry to take a shot. Not quite enough. We'll try again in a second. Let me go ahead and get this drop here first. Okay, then we'll talk. What we got? What can I use to better kill you? That helps.
I just wanted to say thank you for an amazing stream, but I'll be leaving soon.
Whoa!
PLC, do
Hey, bro, whose fight do you think this is, man?
For today.
What's with all these kids running to my gunfight, man? Why were there all of a sudden so many people here, man? That's crazy. I'm gonna hope this guy doesn't think I'm here. He's gonna grab all that dude's loot. I don't think he thinks I'm here. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna be patient. No way, he's just running away like that. Holy potions, dude. A drop behind me? Are you serious? Oh, hello! Actually, you know what? Wait, no, I'm gonna take those. Holy crap, dude. I didn't grab the tech. I didn't grab the tech. I did not grab the tech. I literally dropped the purple tech. Sick, Henis. Real sick. Honestly, I still blame the looting system in Fortnite. I still blame the Fortnite looting system. Sick, Henis. Really good stuff, man. You know how badly I want to just quick scope this guy right now? Frick me, dude. That hurts. Oh no! Why did I have my sniper out? I thought I had my pistol. Oh, that hurts. That hurts. That hurts. That hurts. That was a good gunfight, though. Shoot. Rip. Rip. RIPs. Rips in the chat. Frick, man. Yo, we got a couple of donations that came in, though. NBA came in with $1 super chat. Thank you so much, man. Sabercats, I acknowledge your donation. Thank you for that. Skull Ghost came in with another 5 instead. I just wanted to say thank you for an amazing stream, but I'll be leaving soon. Please do zombies tomorrow. And I'm your top streamer. And am I your top streamer for today? You mean top donator? Skull, I don't know, man. I don't know if you're my top donator for today. I think, hi, my name is Ty Studios. Ty Studios might be the top donator for today, man. Guys, 4 subscribers away from 241.9K. Make sure you guys do subscribe to the channel if you are new. Power. How many wins do I have? Only 1 today so far, man. That was top 2 as well. That's what really sucks about that. Do sniper only? If I drop and I find only a sniper, I'll do sniper only. If the first weapon that I find is a sniper, I'll do sniper only. Hello! Thank you. Thank you. I'm very good at the worm. I know. I know. A little legendary. How many kills did we have that game, guys, by the way? What's up, Red Thief? You're amazing and cool. I appreciate that, man. Thank you for the compliment. Well, this chat's cancer. Yeah, Skull Ghost. Sometimes my chat's a little cancer. It's alright though. You know, it's the internet. What are you gonna do? Henis gang. He says, how about if first sniper you find is blue? Yeah, no, if I find a sniper right off the bat, I'll do it. I'll do it 100%. If the first weapon I get is a sniper, I will do it. Agreed. Hey, what's up, Diamond Ninja? How you doing today, buddy? It was 8 kills. 8 kills, yeah. With 2 people left. So that would have been our 9th, and then if we won the game, it would have been our 10th. So, I don't know. Would have been I for a win. Where doth thee want to land? What is that down there? We got ourselves some band of his. We got ourselves some band of his, boys. Oh no, a slurp and some ammo? Damn. What every man needs. Sick. Sick. Loving this. Thank you. Whoa. Dusty, baby. Dusty. Dusty. There's no way that I'm the only person that landed here, right? Reassure me, chat. Reassure me that I'm literally just blind. How long have I been playing? Today? I have no idea. Because I had to restart OBS, so OBS doesn't give me a good counter. I could go on YouTube. YouTube would tell me. Give me a pretty accurate number. Huh! Shotgun only? Oh, a little too late for that, unfortunately. Boom, lol. That man made a long trek up there. Hey, what's good, Timmy? How you doing today, bud? Welcome to the stream, my man. Hey, what's up, EK? EK Maria. Ah. Already looted, I see. Alright, so where's this guy? Top of the mountain? Ooh, hello there. Look at you. Yeah, build. Build. Build good. Oh, you build very good. Alright, I'm gonna let you guys know right now. I hate the pump, so we're pretty much gonna try to get like one shot off on this guy. You gotta be freaking kidding me. Guy running up from behind him, too. Wish I had something to throw. Wow, okay. Not gonna lie, I got kind of lucky with that. now I'm very confused. Smooth as a button. Whatever that means. Buttons aren't smooth. Well, buttons are kind of smooth. Can you not, dude? Where was that? Stop. You go back to your tree right now. And you think about what you've done. You think about what you've done. The nerve. Honestly, the nerve. That was very satisfying. By the way, you could just see a little bit of his head peeking out. Popped him right in the skull. Am I playing on the PC or PS4? I am playing on the PC. Budding, bada boom. Look around. Make sure there's nobody around you. Because, sir, there is nobody around you. Drop attack? Oh, I did drop attack. Thank you. Hopefully this guy has one. Okay. I'll either go back for this. I'm gonna go see what this guy had too. The only thing that this guy's gonna have is like building material. I'm guessing. It's like the only thing he could possibly have. What's up, Savage Squad? How you doing today, bud? He did have a green tack. What? That's the tip of a tree, dude. That always fools me. Does that fool anybody else in this game? I cannot be the only one that gets fooled by trees being the heads of people. I cannot be. Wait a minute. Medkit? Yeah. Medkit for pistol. Lol. I got the medkit back though, don't worry. That was just honestly a little bit of luck. We're in a much better situation now. I gotta run this way. Why am I running in the opposite direction? How interesting would it... I was gonna say, how interesting would it be to be able to have cheats in this game? Actually. Huh. Okay. That makes a little bit more sense. I don't know where he went. Guessing behind the tree? It's really the only spot he could have gone to, I guess. Oh, wait, no, he died. So I'm getting baited right now. And still running in the opposite direction of the storm. What? Are you saying I'm all out of... I have 3 brick. Well, that's certainly not a good sign. Hi, my name's ProHenis. I miss really easy sniper shots. Holy lordy. If he literally hadn't moved. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I stood still. As soon as I heard that shot, I was like, I'm screwed. I'm dead. Stood still. He was in the storm, too. Ah! You don't stand still when you're sniping, Henis. That's like sniping 101. God, you always got to be moving. You always got to be moving. What was that, 10 kills? Shoot. Or no, that we were close. We were like 1 off 10 kills. We had like 9. 9! God damn it, man. RIP. How long are we going for? Chris, I have no idea, brother. I have no idea. How many solo wins do we have in this game? 34. How many games have we played? 488, something like that. Almost 500. Can you see my chat? Simon, I can't see your chat messages, man. Update's coming out Wednesday? Yeah, that's what I think so, too. I think the update's coming out Wednesday. Hey, Henis, how many wins? Yo, Maddie, what's up? I think we've had just 1 win today. Only 1 win. That should have been a win right there. But we played stupid. When am I playing zombies? Hoping to play tonight, man. That's the goal. O Custom is salty? Why is he salty, man? I like O Custom. He's a cool dude. I was watching his stream yesterday. He's starting to pull a lot more viewers, which is so nice to see. The dude is ridiculous at the game. Imagine only 1 win? Yeah. Well, hey, we had some good fun playing Hand Simulator at the beginning of the stream. That'll definitely be a video for you guys, by the way. 100% that's going to be a video. 1,000 likes? Yo, guys, we are 2 likes away from 1,000 likes in the stream. Thank you. I can't even remember the last time we had this many likes on a Fortnite stream. Like, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool to see. Jerking the cow? Yeah, jerking the cow, dude. Jerking the cow, spinning the fidget spinners. Just, you know, usual stuff. Usual stuff. You're going to get demonetized? Probably. Probably. But it was definitely worth it. Will I do an afternoon zombie stream? I don't really do afternoon zombie streams, man. I sort of look at zombie streams as an opportunity for me to, like, literally just chill and play. You know, like, I don't have to... Doesn't take up a whole lot of mental capacity. I can just sit there and do whatever. Alright. Sniper only, ladies and gentlemen? Question mark? Sniper only? We're going for it? I vote we go for it. We cannot play aggressive with sniper only. That's the only disadvantage. It's an educational experience. That's how we'll look at it. I like that. I like that. It's an educational experience. Shoot. I'm dead. How? Henis, this is not a difficult thing to do, dude. Yeah, forget it. Sniper only is just not my thing, man. That's so awkward when it's that close range. I hate that. Derp, derpity, derp, derp, derp. Shoot, man. God damn it. We tried. We put in a valiant effort. What's up, Xander? What's up, Kevin? What's up, Throng? How do you get mod? Just got to be consistent. Always be in the stream. Be supporting. That's really the biggest thing. What's up, Jackie? What's up, Jack? What's up, Fun Kid? What's up, Jesse? Your Donkey Kong video was clickbait? Dude. As long as it wasn't misleading, I'll take clickbait. As long as it wasn't misleading. Did you enjoy the video? Don't like O Custom. Why don't you like O Custom? Honestly, O Custom's like one of the most chill streamers out there. I love him. He literally just plays. And he's freaking amazing at the game. How do I get mod? Bear. Just PayPal me 20 bucks and we'll talk. I watch your streams every night, buddy. Shout out. Yo, Harrison, I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much for the love. What's up, JT? I think I want to play. Yo, I want to play some duos, dude.
First stream.
I'm starting to get a little annoyed of solos. Is Billiard on? When's the new map out? Wednesday. I was about to say Saturday. Wow. What's up, Liam? Or we could solo and duos. I really wish there was a solo and duos option. Oh my lord. I really, really do. But every time you go in, like, for some reason you can solo in squads, but you can't solo in duos. Like, I don't get that. Why is there not a no fill option for duos? Play solo squads? I'd get melted in solo squads though, or I'd only end up getting like 3 kills. I'd kill like half a team. How do I sponsor? God, if you want to sponsor, man, there's a link in the description. Sponsor.proHenis.com, my guy. I'm gonna play some duos after this. What's up, Jesse? Are you freaking for real, my dude? If you get a weapon and you kill me... Oh, oh. Actually, wait a minute. Henis has an idea. Oh, freaking! That was very, very awkward. We don't talk about that. How do I... Okay, I already answered that question. What's up, Molly Moore? What's up, Sky Dragon? What's up, Colin? That was really bad. I'm like trying to get the good angle on him to try to like one pump him or one shot him. Yo, Green Terrell, thank you so much for the $5, man. First stream. Yo, I appreciate you coming in, my guy. Hopefully you're enjoying it. Or girl. I hate when people get triggered at me for that. It's like they're like, I'm a girl. It's like the overwhelming majority of the people who watch video games online are female. Or excuse me, are male. You know, I tried to build a wall and it just did not work. God damn it, man. Feels sad. Feels sad. What's up, Chris Thompson? Henis, I'm flying to Dubai watching your stream on the 3-hour-long flight. Damn, dude. Best of luck, man. Best of luck. Dude, we're starting to play like... Bless me. We're starting to play like complete potatoes here. I just got here. Yo, Chain. I don't want to hear it, dude, alright? I don't want to hear it. What's up, Jimmy? Bless you. Thank you, chat. Thank you. My chat has manners. Look at that. Who would have thought that people on the internet actually have sensibilities? Would I ever get an Xbox? I don't know, man. I have a PS4. I barely play on my PS4 as it is. Like, I would have no other reason to get a console, you know? Like, there literally is not a reason for me to get... Yeah, there's literally not a reason for me to get an Xbox. I gotta use the bathroom after this game. Would I get an Xbox if you gave me money? How much is an Xbox? Let's look it up on Amazon right now. How much you guys think an Xbox is? Like a new Xbox? Probably like $200, $250 maybe. Xbox. Oop, what the hell? Whoa! Ah! An Xbox One S wireless controller. Choose your edition. I see one here for $260, $349. I can get the Minecraft Complete Adventure Bundle. Wait, would I want the One S or the One X? Would I want the S or the X, guys? What's better? I honestly don't know. You guys gotta give me some pointers on that. I'm seeing some pretty like relatively inexpensive ones here. What's up, Paul Wood? Yo, what's up, Dev Terrell? Do I read Twitch more often or YouTube chat more often? Definitely YouTube chat more often, man. X, S, X. Why did somebody say C? Like, what are these, iPhones? X is basically a PC. So do I want, like, does it matter? Is there a performance difference between one versus the other? Does one, like, completely kick butt over the other one? I don't know. Imagine having full shield and full health right off the bat. Could never be me. X is the newer one. X is better. X, I think the X one's more powerful. I think the X might be better. Is it sort of like comparable to like the PS4 and the PS4 Slim in a way? Is that sort of the same thing? The same. What do we think? Where do we think he is? Oh, he's right there. Hello, there's a good set. It's the same as the PS4 Pro? Okay, so it's like the better of the... Okay. So what I'm kind of getting is like it's the better of the two, in a way. Am I correct in assuming that, sort of? What's up, Gaunt Emperor? How you doing today, bud? Yeah, if you guys are new to the channel, definitely make sure you subscribe and drop a like. We are currently on the road to 242,000 subscribers. Thank you very much for the support, guys. Seriously means a lot. Yeah, no, I don't care about Face ID. I don't care about Face ID. Like, if I'm gonna use my console, I'm pressing the button. Like, I'm not doing. I don't care about any of that like fancy crap. I don't need it to come with like whatever it's called, the Kinect. If they even still use that, probably not. That was like back in the 360 days, I think. Yeah, and that's the other thing too. Bear brings up an excellent point. I also wouldn't use it. So like, you're more than welcome to donate me money to buy an Xbox. And if you explicitly donate me money, and you're like, here, I want you to spend this like 250 bucks, go buy yourself an Xbox One, I'll buy it. But I'm just telling you right now, like, I don't play on console. Like, that's just not what I do. Like, I love PC so much more. Like, PC for me is just more natural. The only time I'll ever go on a console, like ever, is for like I guess console only games, or for like COD. Like COD, I'll go on the console just because it has a larger player base, and because I can keyboard on console, you know. So it's like I have an instant advantage there. So I get more players, and oftentimes they're just a lot newbier, you know. So it's just better all around, I think. So those are the reasons. Those are the things I'd be looking for. Anything aside? Ooh, 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 ooh. We got a meme pad, boys. Rejoices in the chat. Oh, nothing there. We only have one kill with 45 people remaining. Sheesh. Keyboarder, lol. Are coins useful? Yeah, coins are definitely useful. So if you guys are new to the stream, you don't really know how coins work. Every single minute that you guys are watching the stream, you're earning a coin. So once every 10 minutes, the bot is going to hand out 10 coins to every single person that's in the stream. 10 minutes equals 10 coins, right? Which is essentially the same as 1 coin every 1 minute. You know, it's just a ratio. But the bot only hands out coins in 10-minute increments. So that's why I say 10 coins every 10 minutes. Oh, that's already been opened. Somebody was already back here. And then, so I do giveaways at the end of every single month where we give away GFuel, we give away merch, we give away gift cards. We're gonna be giving away V-Bucks this month, which is gonna be awesome. And we usually do this on the last day of every single month, or like maybe the first, the day after. But usually, so it's a monthly giveaway, and we usually do it around the end of the month. Why do they call it a meme pad? I honestly have no idea. I first heard it in a Vicstar stream, and then that's just all I've ever heard people use. So I, from that point on, told myself, all right, we're calling it the meme pad. Just like that. So yeah, and then, so yeah, the more coins you have, the greater chance you have of winning those giveaways, because the more you can enter into the giveaways that I do. So, because like one entry for the giveaway is going to cost like 6 coins, or let's say it costs 5 coins or whatever, right? To enter into giveaway. the more coins you have, the more times you can purchase an entry. So 1 coin every, 10 coins every 10 minutes. If you're a sponsor, then you earn twice as many coins as regular viewers. So if you're a sponsor, you earn 20 coins every 10 minutes you're watching the stream. So that's why it's beneficial to become a sponsor. Those sorts of things. But yeah, we give away a lot of stuff at the end of every single month. It's usually pretty dope. And we give it away in the live stream. You watch Vicstar? I watch him every now and then, man. Yeah. He's not my favorite content creator. But he's a good guy. Really funny guy too. Never spoken with him before in my life. He's a little out of my pay grade, but super dope dude from what I can tell. Can you enter twice? Yeah, that's the beauty of it, right? So you can enter as many times as you want. So if you've accumulated 150 coins and you're ready for a giveaway and an entry costs oh shit, this guy up there. And an entry costs 25 coins, however many coins I said, you can, enter at least 4 or 5 times roughly, So that's sort of the way that works. I'm just going to really hope this guy doesn't see me. We're going to rush up there, and we're going to destroy him. That's pretty much how this is going to go. And he's not going to see it coming, and then he's going to die. What's up, Dill Pickle? How you doing today, bud? Been debated, chat. Everybody relax, though. Every little thing is gonna be alright. Is he just getting shot at? Okay, guy right there. Serious? Are you freaking serious? Okay, we're good. Oh, that wasn't awkward or uncomfortable or nerve-wracking at all. Let's drink this. Well, we just absolutely annihilated those guys. Oh my lord. That was actually insane. Alright. Look at all the potions we have right now, man. That is freaking crazy. We have 2 jump pads now, too. Really pissed that we don't have a freaking sniper out of both those guys. I'm spending too much time here right now. Blue AR over here. Got to loot this guy. And there's some loot in there, too. There's a sniper in there. Hell yeah. Can I scoot underneath here? Ooh. If I want, definitely the gold bolt. Definitely the gold bolt. Bolt. And we move on from here. Just imagine Put your mind in the cloud for a second and imagine if we hit that shot. Beautiful. Would have been something of a different world. I see him up there. Really want a better shotgun right now. Okay. We are okay. All right. I think it's safe to say I'm feeling pretty good right now. You know, feel a little warm, feeling a little ready, for some action. You know what I'm saying? A little ready for a little Fortnite destruction. Maybe ready for my second win of the day. Should have missed a. You missed a launch pad? I got 3 of them, dude. Did I really miss another one? Did I miss a scar? I don't think so. You should see how different the graphics are on console. No, like I've seen console gameplay. Yeah, it definitely looks a lot different for sure. I have a lot of my like it looks really good on PC. Like you can turn the graphics all the way up on PC, but I have mine. I have pretty much everything either on low or off, just simply because it helps keep the FPS high, so I don't lag at all when I'm streaming and playing off the same PC. It's just better that way, in my opinion. If you guys have not subscribed to the channel yet, make sure you do that. We are incredibly close to 242,000 subscribers. Make sure you subscribe. I would very much appreciate it. Alright, you little scoundrels. Where are you hiding? You got a snow launcher? Yeah, I know, but I don't want to take away a med kit or a or any of the potions that I got. Okay, never mind. We won't do that. I forget it, dude. Forget it. Forget it. Sheesh, sheesh, sheesh. We are in the safe zone. That fall, though? Yeah, thank God that fall didn't do a whole lot to me. Sick. He sees me, bro. I'm not gonna make it! Ah! Alright, well, at least stay in the safe zone, Henis. Come on. Oh my god. That was so dirty, dude. That was unreal. Oh my lord. Whew. Okay. Sheesh. That was a little nasty. There he is. Where am I getting shot from? I don't know where the sniper is. That was stupid of me. He's gonna run up the ramp and use my jump pad? No, he's not. So there's still 6 people left, bro. What the hell? That guy have a scar? Really? He had to have, right? Actually? Yeah, he had to have. That's a good point, guys. He had to have had a scar. Because I heard it. Thank you. His head's right there. He's going to peek up and try to snipe me. You ready for this? Nice.
Hi ProHenis, I was wondering if I can join. My username is DreamCrusher2005. It would make my day and you're my favorite YouTuber.
Thank you so much, man. I'm really sorry right now, but I'm just a little distracted. So... Henis, jump! Oh my god, dude. I'm so screwed. God damn, dude. GG's. Holy crap. My heart was pitter-pattering the whole game, dude. Damn, GG's. 14 kills. I will take that. I will definitely take that. Dude, literally, that's the type of stuff when you're, like, holding your breath, man. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That scared the absolute living crap out of me. GG's in the chat. Dream Crusher came up with $1.11. I don't want to miss your donation, man. Thank you so much for the support. He says, hi, Henis. I was wondering if I can join. My username is DreamCrusher2005. It would make my day, and you're my favorite YouTuber. I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much, but I'm just going to play solos for right now, man. I was thinking about playing some duos, but I think I just want to do solos for a little bit longer. Less than 50 subs away from 242K. If you guys have not subscribed yet, make sure you do that. Make sure you guys also go ahead and drop a like in the stream. We are literally one like away from 1,100 likes. We just hit it. Thank you all very much for that. But subscribe to the channel if you're new. You'll see your name up here in the lower right-hand corner when you do subscribe. I got to use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Alright. We back. We good. We good. We good. Everybody unsubscribe? Yo, chill. Chill with that unsubscribe stuff, man. Yo, what's good, Sky Dragon? How you doing today, buddy? That game was so intense. That was a really intense game, man. But that was super fun. I love intense games like that. Like living in the moment like that. Did I wash my hands? I washed my hands, guys. Yeah. I washed my hands. What's up? How you doing? Yo, Art. I'm doing pretty great, man. Welcome to the stream. What's up, Jesus? How you doing, man? Love you, Papa Henis. Yo, Adrian, I love you too, buddy. He says he washes his hands every time he's in the washroom. Yeah, like every time I go to the bathroom, man. There's something stuck in my teeth. I don't know, my lower ring of teeth. Why are there so many people coming here? What the hell's up with this? Yeah, you guys go over there, all right? What's good, Connor? How you doing, my man? Okay, I'm still a little shaky after that last game. That was like a serious, like, adrenaline high I just came off of to win that game, so just gotta be careful here. Did I just open up the gate? I think I just opened up the gate by accident. I did. I can definitely feel how shaky my shot is right now. Actually. I don't know where that guy went. Henis, will I ever notice you? Yeah, Dodger Girl, I'll notice you. Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? I'm pissed I don't know where this other guy went. I don't even know if the hunting place got looted, really. Xbox One or PC? I'm on the PC right now, my man. I don't even have an Xbox One. I have a PS4. Yeah, this did get looted. Oh my god, what the hell? That's actually not a good sign. That other guy must have found a really good sniper. Or, he just doesn't carry snipers. Which is also a possibility. We found one guy. And it wasn't even a guy we were expecting to find, really, was it? That's the part that's weirded me out. Go for that. Shouldn't be building as much as I am. Not worth it. Yeah. Oh, this guy just had another blue. Alright. How many do you have? 4? Yep. Listen to how loud that sounds. Doesn't that sound like that's surrounding me? Retech? What's going on? What's happening? Sorry, was there something happening in the stream that I didn't acknowledge? Where does that look away? Playing cat and mouse with a dude over there. I literally don't see him though. Need a med kit? No, I know. Get the drop? Yeah, I'm gonna get the drop. Yeah. Nothing good. Literally nothing. Where that guy went. Still right behind the fence. Never mind, he's right there. How? I'll just go ahead and miss every shot. It's cool. Imagine losing that gunfight. Actually, now I can go grab that medkit, can't I? Go do that. Where's that medkit again? I don't even know where it was. You're the best streamer. I appreciate it, Hyphen. Tide Pod Challenge? What's the Tide Pod Challenge? Wait, was there even a medkit? No, it was just bandages, right? Yeah, I'm being stupid. It was just bandages. I'll take the rest of these, though. That's so interesting, though. I could have sworn there are medkits somewhere. What's up, KJ? How you doing today, bud? Welcome to the stream, my man. I really don't think there's anybody else in there. I think we're right. Oh! Another drop literally landed right here. Yo, drop central out here. Sheesh! Okay. Already 20 people left. Man, what is happening? I'm not going to eat a Tide Pod, guys. I'm sorry, it's not happening. Alright? Not a big fan. I prefer Clorox bleach anyways. Just not a fan of it. Duos? I don't know, Billiard, to be honest with you. I just don't know if I'm even feeling it. I might actually. I should feel it, you know? But I just ain't feeling it. I'm not gonna build. Oh, look, Billiard came back from snaking. Was he snaking you, Bear? Dude, honestly, we gotta do something about that kid. That's unbelievable. Another scoped AR. I know, we're just getting scoped ARs, man. It's terrible. I am getting the best luck right now. Don't even challenge me. Best luck. You drank that slurp for no reason? I know, just because it's literally because I didn't need it. I drank it because I don't need it and I don't need somebody else grabbing it. That's really the purpose of it. And that's nice. And that's what's nice about those slurp potions is those are the only things you can drink when you don't need them. Like if I had an extra or something like this right now, I can't get rid of. I have to take it, you know? That's what sucks about it. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that actually. I'm gonna leave the minis. It sucks, but gotta do it, you know? Gotta make the call, man. Oh, you are gonna be a piece of cake. It's gonna be unreal. Your heart warms a little bit. You get a little feely, a little sniffly when you see someone standing still like that. It's just makes you tear up a little bit, man. Ooh. Makes you feel things you haven't felt before. You start feeling a certain way. Na 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 na. 'Tis the season to be jolly. Sing along, chat. Fa la 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 la. Probably not the right season. We're a little past that now, unfortunately. What's good? Yo, what's good, Sully? How you doing today, man? Somebody types in the chat. Fa la 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 la. Christmas is over? I know. It's just my favorite holiday, dude, so. Look at this. Look at all this wood I'm about to waste here. When really, I didn't need to build there. But I built anyway. We're about to get out of the storm now. With next to no health. Well, I know we'll have health, but you know what I'm saying. We might lose a little bit here. I don't like coming out of the storm like that. I don't like it. I'm not a fan. It just feels wrong. And then we'll die. Thank God I didn't take any damage there. If you ask me why I didn't take any damage there, I probably wouldn't be able to tell you. I might actually make it out of this. I'm going to make it out of this without taking any damage. Hallelujah. Alright, back-to-back wins, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if we can get it. I'm pissed that we only got 4 kills. But it is what it is. What did we have last game? Was it like a 14 kills? Something like that? Could have sworn my eyes just saw a guy. It's just the trees again, dude. The trees and bushes get me. They make me all self-conscious. Yo, if you guys have not subscribed to the channel yet, please make sure you do that. We are less than 40 subs away, 35 subscribers away from hitting the next milestone, 242,000 subscribers. I seriously appreciate it, guys. Thank you all so much for the support. Do you know that I'm here? I don't think you do. how convenient is that? Like, how unbelievably convenient is that? You can't make that up. You really can't. You try to write a book on that, it wouldn't happen. Shame, shame. Okay. I don't believe you are even aware of my presence. What's up, sir? What's up, dude? Yo, what's Gucci? Yo, thank God you can't see me wherever you are. Yo, can you do me a favor? Just peek up a little bit. Just peek up right there. Can you do that for me? Just show your little head. Yeah, come on. Wrong way. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Hala! Oh, definitely worth it. Okay, what are we dealing with over here? Wowzers! I'm gonna build a little base over there. It's so tempting to try to go get him with the jump pad right now, but I don't know. There was a guy that was shooting from over here. I just don't know where that guy went. Not high enough. You gotta be freaking kidding me. Love your channel, Henis. I appreciate that animation. Thank you so much, man. Hey, if you guys have not subscribed to the channel yet, make sure you subscribe, drop a like as well. I would seriously appreciate it. We are very close to 242,000 subscribers. Less than 30 away. Thank you so much for all the love, guys. Seriously means a lot. Seriously does. All right. What are we dealing with? Oh. Okay, didn't really want to do that. That is going to be the easiest kill of my life, I hope. Wish me luck, chat.
Remember me? Yeah, boy, Tommy.
Yes, I do remember you, man. Welcome back to the stream, dude. Appreciate you coming in. Where did the mini potions go? Dude, come on. You can't make this up, bruv. Where were the mini potions? Bro, did I just get bamboozled, bro? Did we just get like a glitch or something? No, they're in here. Bro, what the hell just happened? There was a golden scar back there? Was there really? That's alright. You get a purple one. I'm happy. Alright. We're doing really dumb things right now. Can't fire to full? Nah, I'm just gonna use the med kit. It's faster.
Keep up the good work, you're a god. 3 wins for Henis, let's go.
Let's get it, baby. So we are gonna have to move, unfortunately. Campfire's faster, but whatever, you dumb. It's just like in the sense that I already picked it up. I wasn't, yeah. In the sense that I already picked up the med kit and I was applying it. I wasn't about to go back and apply a campfire. Like I had 2 campfires on me, but what I'd already done. I was just moving. I don't even know if there's a guy in there, dude. That's why I don't want to. I think there's a guy over there, and I think it's like maybe back in that base over there. Those are my guesses. Nope, never mind. There's a guy in that base right straight ahead. Oh yeah, I see him right there. Okay, well there we go. Where the hell did I come from? Oh, you are so screwed, dude. It's unreal. Why did he go back in the storm? Yo, Prestige Zombies, what's up, buddy? Welcome to the stream. Only a 10-kill win? Sheesh. That kind of sucks. But hey, whatever. It is what it is. When does the new city come? Wednesday. GG's in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you drop a like for that. Subscribe if you're new. What is that? 3rd win of the day? 2nd win of the day? I think it's 3rd win of the day. I think. Not sure, actually. GG's, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, Energy? 10 kills? I know. It's not good. It's not good. We need more kills than that, for sure. For sure. Yo, Henis, I'm watching on Xbox and watching on my phone. LMAO. Yo. Watching me in 2 places at once. I like that, man. I like that. Did you message the person you were supposed to message to play with? I feel like you didn't. No, of course I didn't. Come on, Dismon. Come on, man. You know me. And I got an explanation. 10 kills? Ha ha ha! Is my lobby custom? No, it's not, man. Nope. Wow. I'll do it right now. You're awesome. Keep up the good work. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Right, meow. Hold on a second. Alright, we gotta go somewhere. Retail row. We're landing in there a little late, but it's alright. As I got you on the YouTube recommended while you're streaming. Hey, that's what I like to hear, man. That's what I like to hear. Jack Harrison, keep up the good work. You're a god. 3 wins for Henis. Let's go. Let's go, man. Let's go. 3 wins on the day. Trying to get some more. Let's get it. won't let me donate? Swift, if you want to donate, man, there is a link in the description. It should be letting you donate. I don't know why it wouldn't be. That's a pump down there. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I don't want that. What is this right here? Just brick? Definitely not worth it. Oh, yo. I'm dead. No, never mind. I'm good. Wow. That was only slightly awkward. He would still be up there. Should not have fallen like that. Rip in the chat. And we lost all our shield. Which is annoying. Dropped real quick? Yeah, real quick. All we have is wood now. That's not good. Guys, how lucky are we gonna keep getting with jump pads? I don't get it. What's up, Simone? How you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream. Français, français. Oh, oui, oui. We didn't already go in here, right? I don't think anybody actually went in here. Wait a minute. No, we already have that. No. Let's go to the houses. Hallelujah. Actually, no, we don't want that. What's up, Carlos? How you doing today, buddy? Welcome to the stream, my man. Could have sworn I just saw a guy on the roof over there. But you guys know me. I see things way too often. Bet you won't read this. If you do, thank you. Yo, Ray, I got you. Thanks very much for coming out to the stream, my man. I really appreciate that. RPGs? Question mark? Holy crap, did we predict the wrong direction she was headed? That was terrible. Yo, yeah, Jason Kennedy. If there are people self-promoting, man, just give them the ban or the timeout. Just give them the timeout. You don't need to ban them. I was hoping she was just gonna keep running straight, and we were just gonna. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. little base going on over here. Huh! Ah! Way too much damage from that. That was a really, really bad call. Should have just shotgunned him. Holy crap. Really, really bad call. I will be the first to admit that. That was not the play. Love this guy. What's up, Green Cat? Welcome to the stream. Glad you're enjoying it. Yo, guys, 3 subscribers away from 242,000. If you've not subscribed yet, make sure you do that. I would really, really appreciate it. Henis, I weigh a... Oh, hold on, I want to read that message. Henis, I weigh a lot for my age, and I'm trying to lose weight, and you're my motivation. Hey, thanks, man. You know, honestly, I wouldn't... I mean, I find that flattering, but don't look to me for weight advice. I'm a little underweight, man. You know, there's all kinds of unhealthy weight. I definitely wish I was a little bit healthier. But I totally get you, man. Totally get you. It's humbling. It's humbling to hear stuff like that, bro. I'm glad you're working on it, man. That's good to hear. Best of luck, brother. I just subscribed. Thank you, Nathan Jones. Appreciate it. Will I get snow tonight where I live? Yeah, so I was talking to my dad. My dad used to be a weatherman on the local news station where I live. And he was talking to me. So he's still, like, really into the weather and stuff. And he was telling me, he was like, yeah, we're probably going to get, like, maybe 2 inches of snow tonight or so. I think it was 2 inches. 2 inches tonight. What the frick, dude? Absolutely obliterated. Like, not even, like, actually not even close. Like, actual obliteration. Trying to shoot down the drop? What's he doing? I know there was just a shot at me. I'm pretty sure that was from behind, though. Not, dude. Got an idea. You got sniped, man. I don't know how to play this. So confused, bro. Here we go. Shoot. I don't want to risk going up too high. Listen, man, I gotta keep moving, but thank you so much for your loot. I really, really appreciate it, brother. What the frick, dude? You Rips in the chat. Yo, thank you very much, guys, for 242,000 subs. I appreciate that, guys. Thank you so much. What's up, Jam? What's up, Pro Loco? Shoot, dude. Ah, I thought I had that. What's up, Jam Manila? We moved too slowly on that one. That was our problem. Moved a little too slow. What's up, Ryan Chris? How you doing today, man? That's why pumps are better in my opinion. Yeah, the only problem that I don't like with pumps though is that I feel like they're, I don't know, you got to land that first shot, and I like being able to consistently, and especially like a green pump over a purple tack. I don't know. I feel like in a lot of respects those are pretty close, especially if you can hit your headshots with the tack. Will I start a Snapchat streak with you? Sorry, Connor. I don't do any Snapchat streaks with anybody, man. Slow doesn't define it. It will. It's definitely powerful, right? It's definitely like a powerful weapon for sure, for sure. I just like, in my mind, the purple tack is just way too good. It's just way too powerful. I like the tack because my aim's a bit shaky. Yeah, exactly. Like the tack gives you that second chance when you need it most, right? Like when I went through like a phase, I guess you could say, of using the pump. Pretty much what I did is I would never double pump, and I would never wait for that, like, the ability to use a second pump. I would pray to God that I would hit that first shot. If I don't hit a first shot with the pump, like, I'd take the shot. If I hit it, then I switch over to my AR. If I take a shot and I miss, then I still switch over to my AR. And sometimes I'd be caught in awkward situations where I didn't have an AR, or, like, all I had was a pump. But in close quarters engagements, I freak out too hard to where, like, I definitely need the tack. I definitely need the tack. Personally. And I don't like double pumping. Personally. I don't know. I just think it's, it's not like you should be condemned and put to hell if you use it. But it's not like the greatest thing you should be doing either. You know what I'm saying? Personally. That's just me, though. Okay. Try it again for the 15,000th time. A little risky there, but I like it. I like the play. I'm a fan. Henis, do some more hide and seek like you used to. That'd be fun, man. I'd be down to do some more hide and seek at some point. You seem like you're pretty good. Just bad luck in the last one. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't really call that last one bad luck. I even forget how we died at this point. Oh yeah, that's right. We peeked over the and that guy just hit a shot, right? And like I don't think he was a magnificent player. Like, I'm not saying I'm anything insane. Oh! Am I going to go back up here and then all the loot's going to fall off? Oh. There he is. Hello there, good sir. Have you come to a party? Hey, yo, what's good, Aquatic Thunderstorm? How you doing today, my guy? Huzzah! It never gets old, I tell you, it never gets old. I could really use a med kit right about now. Ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-dum. What's up, Notch Dragon? How you doing today, buddy? If you guys are new to the channel, definitely make sure you guys drop a like and subscribe if you're new. Definitely means a lot. Henis, buddy, you done this a million times, man. It's simple. Just gotta space it out. Huzzah! What's wrong with his eyes? Dude, what is wrong with my eyes, man? I don't know. I get really concentrated. That's what's wrong with my eyes. I get really wide-eyed. I get really invested in my game. I played that horribly. If I had more building materials, maybe that's a little bit different. My biggest problem there, I'm too close to him when I'm building that ramp up. Too close to him. You just got 242,000 subs. I know, guys. Let's get some 242 spam in the chat. I would really appreciate it. We never officially got that spam, but I really appreciate it if we could get that. What's up, man? Yo, what's good? You're not your average vlogger. Yeah, it's my concentrated face, man. It's my concentrated face. Alright, we gotta get it. We gotta get a good game here. Like, I gotta get a victory. I gotta get another victory. That's what I need right now. What's good, Team Anime? Congrats on 100 subs. Thank you. Big milestones. Big milestones. Hey, I just subbed and like. Thank you, Notch Dragon. I do appreciate that, man. Yeah, when you guys do subscribe to the channel, if you are new, you're going to see your name appear right in the lower right-hand corner of the stream. Henis, will there be zombies later? I'm gonna try to have zombies later, man. Yeah, that's my goal. I'm gonna try to have some zombies later, for sure, for sure. Connor Williams almost hit the like goal. We're very close, man. That's for sure. We're very, very close. I'm gonna go with Salty. Do I play with subs? I don't really play with subs, man, to be honest with you. No, not a whole lot. Can I land up top right there? Nah, I'm not going to. Yo, Pickles Weekly, thank you very much for the sub, man. How you doing? Yo, Coyote. I'm doing pretty great, brother. A little pissed with our current loot, but what's up, Julie Flores? How you doing today? Welcome to the stream. Thank you. hell is happening? Where is he? Oh. That's stupid. Why am I even challenging that? I didn't realize he was all the way up there. I don't think there was anything in the roof of this one either, which sucks. Not a whole lot of great loot right now. We need some. I need some healing. That's what I could really use. Here we go. Do I ever stream Fortnite at PS4? Not really, man. No, I don't. Here comes the sun. Do 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 do. I had that all under control the entire time. That's chest looking at me, not a person. Okay, thank God. So bad? Yeah, that was pretty bad. On both of our parts. That was pretty bad. I will not lie to you. Imagine losing that gunfight while I was live streaming, right? That would have really sucked. Oh, wait. What's up, Henis? Yo, what's good, Ryan? Okay. That is what I like to see. Oh! You know what, though? You know what? Wait a minute. Yeah, okay, we're good. What's up, Prestige? Did I say oof on stream, guys? Please don't tell me I said oof on stream. I really hope I did not say oof on stream. You can call me out for it if I said it. But don't lie to me. Damn, you are burning? Bro, I'm burning like hot fire! What's good, Young Savage? How you doing today, bud? Henis, you missed a 115 dono? Oh, I did. Yo, I'm sorry, Prestige Zombies. Thank you very much. Yo, happy. Is it 115 day? Oh, yeah, it is. It is 115 day. It's the 15th. How about that? Yo, happy 115 day, everybody. All you zombie fanatics out there. Hopefully you guys will have a good one. Play a lot of zombies. Have a good time. Chill out. There's nothing better than Henis reading your comment. There's gotta be some things that are better, you know? Like, eating chocolate, maybe. Yo, let's get a 115 spam in the chat, guys. I didn't even realize it was 115 day. Like, I never pay attention to stuff like that. I would have never noticed if you didn't tell me. But on top of that, brother, thank you very much for your $1 or £1.15 donation. Appreciate that, man. Thank you. I will try to play zombies tonight, guys. Yeah. I know. Yeah, you guys really do want me to play zombies. So I'm going to try to do like maybe a map or two tonight. That's my plan. That's my plan. Oh, I thought I was about to fall off. That really made me sad. Can you not, dude? So where would that guy have been? He's got a semi-auto sniper. Is he on top of the mountain? Where could he be? Nobody knows. Found him. Wowzers. You sure bad at this game? You're right. Absolute garbage. There he is. Ready, guys? Wow. It hit the tree. Why didn't the tree start dancing? I'm confused. Isn't that what's supposed to happen? Before everybody freaks out, the bolt is better than the semi-auto. We can talk about it later if you want. Henis. Henis. You could have literally had the easiest kill of your life. Of your life. How did I miss that shot? I tried to go too fast. That's what I did. I tried to go too quickly. And I choked it. Huzzah! I come as a peace offering. I will kill you, so he does not kill you. Oh, hello, my good sir. I think it's very cute that you think you can build such... Okay, I will just put you right down there, okay? On what planet does he almost kill me? I didn't drink that for some strange reason. Did anybody see how my potion went up and then it went back down? I'm telling my friend to watch you. Yeah, I appreciate that, Jason. Thank you, buddy. Thanks a lot, man. What's up, dog? Yo, what is up, dog? We didn't know where this guy went. Oh, there's loot right here. Take that as a sign, maybe? Maybe that he died. Henis. Okay. Actually... See, that sounded close, but I bet you $1,000,000 it's not close. That was my little thing, right? Yeah, it was. Somebody could be in it, though. Hello, I've come to join the gunfight. You are Literally, probably the weakest person I might have ever faced in Fortnite. Do you know how badly I want this potion? What? Henis! You know, sick walls, dude. Literally. Sick walls. I don't know what the hell I was thinking right there. Gonna be honest with you guys. Stay right there for me. Dude, I'm missing the easiest shot, Henis. Come on, dude. How does that miss? He's right there. He must be literally moving. Like right at the last second. If I'm not careful, he's gonna literally kill me. I don't want to deal with you right now. Let me deal with this guy. I didn't pick up that scar yet. What the hell am I thinking, bro? Please don't tell me. You just killed him? Are you freaking serious? God, you loser, dude. Oh, God, that hurts me, bro. God, that hurts. That hurts. Where's this dude's loot? This guy's caught in the middle of 3 different gunfights right now. I don't have any building materials. This is a really, really bad idea. What are the chances that guy's still in there? Huh. Probably pretty low. Probably pretty low. Okay. I like that guy had somebody's building material. That's super nice. Oh, we know he's definitely up there. I picked the wrong side of the rock to throw the... He had 17 HP. GG's. How'd you get so much ammo? Dude, I killed that guy. Did I miss a gold scar? Frick, man. God damn it. I don't know how many more games we're going to do, guys. We'll do a couple more, though. We'll do a couple more. We'll keep going. What's up, 2K? That was rough, man. That was rough. What's up, Unknown? Nice throw? Yeah. If we had just thrown it to the other side of the rock, man, we would have had it. We would have had him. Oh, new items in the item shop? Let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Do I have enough for that? I want to buy that. I want to buy that. Yo, FaZe Risky, thank you so much for the sub, man. If you guys are new to the channel, make sure you subscribe. When you subscribe, your names are going to appear right in the lower right-hand corner of the stream. How many you win so far? We have 3 wins today. 3 wins. Do I play COD World War II? I used to a lot more than I do now, man. But I really don't play a lot now. Make sure you guys drop a like as well. We got over 1,200 likes in the stream. Thank you so much for that support. Really appreciate it. How do you get V-Bucks? If you have the Battle Pass, you get V-Bucks slowly as you level up. Or else you just gotta buy V-Bucks, like with real money. V-Bucks pretty much the equivalent of like COD points in COD, you know? Will I play zombies? I'm gonna try to play zombies later tonight, guys. Yeah, absolutely. Look at that delay, dude. So annoying. I love your channel, Henis. You wanted to make sure you saw this. Hey, thank you very much, Animation Film. I really do appreciate that, man. For real. I'm feeling it. Yeah. What's up, Landon Perry? Welcome to the stream. Jack Neal, thank you so much for the sub, man. Who does my eyebrows? I do. I don't do anything to them, actually. It's just my eyebrows, man. Don't tell me you're going to the garage, dude. We're good for right now. No duos tonight? I don't think so, guys. I don't think so. Nope, I don't want that. What console am I playing on? I'm playing on the PC, man. Playing on that PC, though. What you know about that PC life? Not a big fan of the pump. Not a big fan. But for sure make it work. There's 3 guys over here. And I'm going to come in and get the last one, probably. There's 4. Never mind. Sheesh. Is that all of them? Come on, come back. No. Henis, I swear, don't lose this guy. Ah! What's up, Delvin? How you doing today, bud? First stream, I appreciate it, man. Yo, hopefully you're enjoying it. Thank you very much for stopping by. Thank you very much for stopping by. All right. Only 4 kills, man, and like 8 people landed here. All good. All good. What up? What's good, Landon Perry? How you doing today, buddy? Hey, yo, son. What's up, Ozda? Do I still have my very first video? The very first video that I ever uploaded to this channel. Yeah, I still have that one. Why did I just hear somebody destroying something? Could have sworn I heard somebody destroying something. Guess not. Do I have a giveaway right now? I do not, man. No, I do giveaways at the end of every single month. The way you guys enter into that giveaway is by using your coins. What's up, Colin? Welcome back. How did I find out about the coins? Like, so, well, the bot. So, like, I found out about the bot a while ago. What time is the new map coming out? Like 12? So the new map is going to come out on Wednesday. So that's 2 days from today. And I'm pretty sure it's going to come out at like around 8 a.m. Eastern time. So just kind of got to do the conversion for wherever you are. What's my favorite place to land? Definitely one of the farms, I would say. Definitely one of the farms. Really wish we had a sniper. Do I play GTA 5? I do not, man. What's up, Peter? Welcome back to the stream, my dude. Guys, on the road to 242,100 subs. Make sure you guys do subscribe if you're new. So will I have a giveaway January 31st? I hope to. Yeah, January 31st or February 1st, something around there. My schedule around that time is going to be really intense because I'm going to be in the process of moving into a new place. Like more, yeah, towards the end of this month. So the giveaway maybe end up being a little bit late. Or it may end up being early. Kind of depends on how I plan it all out. I don't really know. What map am I going to do tonight? To be honest with you guys, I usually have no idea what map I'm going to do. And I kind of figure it out like right before I start the stream. That's usually kind of how I do it. So to be honest with you, I can give you a guess. Because what's actually really cool now, like I've been doing this custom zombie thing enough now where like, some people will actually, like, I've got developers who will, like, tweet at me and say, like, hey, yo, I'm working on this new map. Would you mind streaming it when it's out? Like, that for me is just flattering, you know? Somebody worked on a map and then they want me to stream it. And I'm totally willing to do that, right? Because I've played so many maps. It's actually kind of nice when I get something that's a little bit new, you know? I get to try something different. Or that I've never seen before. I just like that, you know? What's up, Jake? It's one of those bushes. Full shield off. Horrible building. was close. He played that well, though. Played that really well. This man, legitimately building. What's my favorite game of all time, Josh? It's got to be Call of Duty, man. I mean, I've played Call of Duty, like, all my life. Haven't played it a whole lot recently, like, at all, but got to be COD, man. Get him. That guy just took off a lot more than I was hoping he was going to. Actually, I don't want to do that. Oh, what version of HyperX headset do you use? It's a HyperX Cloud 2s, man. Mean shields behind you? Yeah, I got some right here, too. Whew. Oh, what? No. I forgot I had broken the top, man. I forgot I'd broken the top. Ah! And there's another dude running up on him now, man. I could have had all these kills. RIPs. Rips in the chat. All right, we're probably only going to do a couple more games, guys. I don't know how much more we're going to do, but we've been streaming for quite a long time. We'll do another one. We'll do another one. Maybe like one more game. One more game, guys. Does that sound fair? One more game, roughly? I think that sounds pretty fair. I really want it to be a win. Like, I really want to get another win. I'm pissed. I'm pissed, though, that I didn't realize the top was broken. That should have been something I should have remembered. Because I usually build over me when I'm healing myself like that. But yeah, we've been live for 4 hours. Last guy had a scar? Yeah, I know he had a scar. I just didn't... I had a scar on me, too. What's up, Perker Puncher Gaming? How you doing, man? I should have put my new dance on. I don't have it on. I should have bought the new dance. That's what I should have done. How long will I be streaming? This is my last game right here, guys. We're going to do my last game right here. Hopefully it's a victory. And then after this, we're going to go ahead and raid somebody, and then I'll do a stream later tonight. Do I let my viewers play with me? I don't really ever play with viewers, man. And it sucks because I wish I did, but I don't know. I really like to play, like, I play squads and duos every now and then, but I really prefer solos, which is why I always start with solos. You know? But it'd be so cool to play with viewers. And I'm such a tryhard, too, that I feel like, you know, any other casual player would just end up pissing me off. Like, I love to go tryhard when I play this game. You know, I like to try as hard as I can whenever I play. So, like, if I'm just playing casually with viewers, I feel like I just won't have as much fun because I'll be like caring too much about the game, you know. And I don't want the stream to end up being in like, or putting me in a bad mood, or putting you guys in a bad mood. You know, that's just not fair. Literally nothing, man. That's crazy. Still nothing. Wow, are you freaking serious? Guy had literally everything I want. I hate that glitch. Okay. How do you use your coins? You can use coins to enter into giveaways that I do at the end of every month, my man. Well played on his part. Well played, well played, well played. That was GG's. God damn it, man. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and head out, though. We are going to go ahead and do a raid here really quickly, though. So if you guys are new to the stream, you don't really know what a raid is, I'll explain it here in just a second. Let's go ahead and do a raid. RIP's in the chat. What's up? You got a Billy Rabbit? Welcome to the stream, man. Inside of YouTube Gaming. I'm going to find somebody to raid. All right, so if you guys don't know how a raid works, excuse me, I'm going to post somebody's link in the chat, and then I want all of you guys to go over to their stream and just spam hashtag Henis raid, all right? Just show them a crap ton of love, crap ton of support. I would really appreciate it. Just go over there and show them the love they deserve, all right? We're going to try to aim to raid some smaller streamers here. Somebody with a face cam at 700 likes. Hold on, how many likes is he at?
Hey, right here, 675.
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to get it to him. Wouldn't be able to get it to him. Definitely want to find somebody with face though. It's always good to get that reaction. All right, this dude's got a face cam. I'm gonna go ahead and post this link in the chat. I want all of you guys to go over to his stream and type hashtag Henis raid. All right, you guys already know what to do. Show the man some love. Drop a like on his stream. Let's get it going right here, right now, right now.
Let's get up here.
I kind of like how his face cam looks. Like it's got that drop shadow on it. It just looks clean. Looks very, very clean.
Bro, no way. No one wants
wants to give me a scarf.
Yeah, raid time, baby, raid time.
Sub, I appreciate it. For the sponsor, really do. Thank you. Are we getting raided? Oh, no way.
Oh God.
No way we're getting raided right now.
Oh God. Oh my God.
Yo, no way. Yo, where's my man's at right now? Type in the chat, homie.
Right here. What's up?
Holy moly. Yo, thank you so much. Yo, Fun Kid, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Yo, honestly, yo, thank you whoever just rated me, man.
I got you, man. I got you.
Where's his name at? Let me find him. Oh, there he is. Let's go. Thank you so much, bro.
I got you, brother. I got you, man. All right, go show this guy some love. I would really appreciate it. Make sure you guys drop a like in the stream. Subscribe to his channel. Yo, thank you, man. Thank you for the sub. We appreciate it. Yo, 1,300 likes in the stream. You guys are dope. I am gonna go ahead and head out now, though. Like I said, I'm gonna try to do a zombie stream tonight, hopefully for you guys. That Fortnite stream was actually really, really nice. We had some pretty nice wins. The 14 kill win was probably the best, obviously, just because it was the most kills. But I'm gonna head out now. Like I said, appreciate the love and support. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Make sure you guys have me added on Snapchat. Snapchat's real ProHenis. Make sure you guys are following me on Twitter. Twitter's at ProHenis. And I do follow back all notification squad members. So tap the bell icon below the video player, screenshot it, tweet it at me on Twitter at ProHenis. I will follow every single one of you guys back. I'll see all of your beautiful faces in the next one. Until next time, everybody, keep gaming. And as always, stay cool.